Astrobate, what's up? I'm hosting a simul here, but we're missing the screen. Okay. New window. All right. What's up, Astrobate? You're here. Our biggest fan. Are you my fan, Astrobate? If you're my fan, I'm yours too. So today's thought is one of mindfulness. Thinking about mindfulness and trying to better ourselves. First and foremost as human beings, but as chess players. Specifically, what's up, Someone on Sound? You will mindfully pawnstorm something. I spent the weekend playing poker, and I got thinking about my personal weaknesses. Anyway, we'll get more into that as we get on with the show here. But I am playing 25-player Simul here on Lee Chess. Welcome, Someone on Sound. Astrobate, International Master, if you can call me that. Sparkle Horse, Classical Simul. Actually, I should call it Twitch Simul. Didn't I normally do Twitch Simul? Okay. Weird. I think I did. I did that. I usually called it Twitch Simul. Okay. And then random, 10 plus 50, 120 minutes, 14 days minimum account age, 7 o'clock start. You're really looking forward to the Simul day. Okay. I'm being mindful. I never really did a lot of self-help. And although I studied psychology, just on a low level, and it's something I'd like to get more involved in. But anyway, I'm being mindful about stuff. Impulse control, A lot of talk of people having ADHD and so many things, that can affect us. All right, anyway, we'll get into it. Estimated start time at 7 o'clock. It is now only, we're early on time. Relatively on time tonight. So it's 6:33, you have plenty of time. We're starting in the next 27 minutes. All right, the Simul is live on Twitch. There's the link. Please donate to support our journey to the World Championship for Dinosaurs. Well, the World Championship, we can specify 2025. Sorry. For young dinosaurs. If you'd like to support my journey to the World Championship Senior, please donate via Streamlabs, or else you can also simply subscribe on here on Twitch. That helps too. This is a Simul for 25 players. We're playing classical chess. The rules are, please do not play if you cannot stay. The Simul can last over 3 hours. So do not register to join if you cannot stay 3 hours. Please don't play it like it's a bullet game. You get 50 seconds in addition to your starting time per move. 50 seconds per move. It's a lot of time. There's no need to accumulate time. Take your time. London sucks. Don't play it. No, cheat us. Good luck. All right, we're hosting a new Simul, but we've got time. There's no rush here. Rushing. I hate rushing. Sorry, Vlad. Nothing personal. All of you living in Mordor and just not doing anything. Sorry. Just sit there and do nothing. All right. Anyway. So chat room turned on. Someone on sound. Do not play if you know stay. Copy, paste. Yeah, just sit there. I can see Sarah Palin's house from this side of the Russian border. which is right outside my door. What's up? Am I really looking forward to Simul today? Am I? I am. All right. I'm crazy. I hope you are too. Welcome everybody. Ooh, look at that chat room moving. So, we've got 25 minutes to start, and I can start even earlier, but I'd like to chat a little bit before we get started. Astrobait's in. He's the first player, our regular. Someone on sound is in. He's another regular. Arsenal fan, nice to see you. The regs go first, subscribers go second, and then we hand out random entries to people that have more than 100 games who look like they're serious and they probably won't drop. Thomas Treinson, are you streaming today? Sebas Pro, have we played you before? You said hi. Very polite. Hi, please, sir. Richard Brenton is here. Sebas Gamer, okay. Richard Brenton. So, yesterday's all-night poker game, which I participated in, got me thinking about my limitations as a competitive mind sports player, you know. And the thing that really freaks me out is like how much I emphasize taking your time, which is very mindful, you know, and I hate people playing bullet, playing without thinking, etc., but you know, it's amazing how impulsive I can be, you know, it's weird. Whereas I hate impulsivity in general. I'm as guilty as anyone else of being impulsive. So, alright. Anyway, self-analysis, psychotherapy here. What's up? What's that say? Saeed Islam. Saeed Islam chess? No relation to the other Saeed. I remember. There was a Saeed from Egypt or Syria or something. I can't remember. No, maybe he was from Iran. Sorry, he was from Iran. My bad. It was an Iranian. Ask him nicely in the chat. Someone on sound, did you drop out? Did you get in the Simul and drop out? Guys, Mr. Sleepy. Mr. Sleepy. You know those smileys? Mr. Sleepy? Alright, Mr. Sleepy can't do it by himself. Guys, we're up to 1733.32. The donation goal is 3,000 for October 20th. World Senior. Arsenal fan is here. I'm willing to talk about anything you guys want to talk about while we play the Simul tonight, but I just spent the weekend playing poker, and I'm trying to understand why I do impulsive things. You know? I do it in chess too. But chess is more, you know, it's more deeply ingrained somehow. I don't know. We're going to be mindful about mindfulness today. But I'll tell you guys an interesting anecdote. Listen to this, right? I'm playing this poker tournament last night. And we're playing for like, I don't know, an hour. Actually, it was 2 nights ago. It was Friday night. We played for like an hour. And everything's normal. We're going along. And this like new player joins the table. A new player joins the table. He just entered the tournament. He comes to the table. He puts his chips down on the table. And the starting stack is 50,000 chips. And just to show you guys, this is about mindfulness. The starting stack of the poker tournament is 50,000 chips. Everyone starts with 50,000 chips. The guy sits down, and I noticed that he has 55,000 chips. Right? What do? I I think about it a little, but not really. I got distracted for a minute, and then a few minutes later, I brought it up again, and I said to the dealer, why does this guy have 55,000 chips? You know, everybody's like confused. They're like, what is he talking about? Most of them are Hungarians, and I'm speaking like broken Hungarian. But I'll get to the point, right? I don't think about what I'm doing. I just do it, right? Without thinking. I call this guy out for having like 55,000 chips. The thing is, right? It doesn't really matter. You know, it didn't really matter. I mean, it doesn't hurt me that he has 55,000 chips. Why am I making a complaint or a big deal about it that the guy has 55,000 chips and everyone else has 50? I know it's unfair, but the thing is that bothers me that I brought it up and I formally made a complaint about it, like without thinking about what I was doing, you know? And so I make this guy angry, you know, and he's like calling me the fucking police and stuff. And the reason why I'm bringing it up, it's not an important story. It's just that it's an example of doing stuff without thinking. Like, why would I like call him out? You know, who cares if he has 5,000 more chips? Maybe I win his 5,000 chips, you know? Because I'm like grumpy and jealous that he has 5,000 chips extra. So it's an example of a situation where we just do stuff without, you know, and I make an enemy of the guy because he hates me now because I called him out over this picayune thing, you know. Just thinking about stuff like, if you're going to do something, at least think about what you're going to do before you do it. This is an example of something that I do in everyday life. Why did I call this guy out on this like minor thing that didn't really directly affect me, you know, possibly making a player like target me or go after me or angry, you know, and I just do it. Like, why do I just do stuff without thinking about it, you know? It got me thinking, right? Because I'm like grumpy and jealous, and I don't know. Mr. Slow is here. Thank you. That's one example of mindfulness. We got to think before we say something. Right? Arsenal fan? Think before you call someone else out for something. How is it going to affect you? When you capture that pawn, how is that going to affect the mobility of your opponent's pieces? How is that going to affect the mobility of your pieces? Think about stuff and what that stuff is going to do before you do it. You know, don't just do it. You know, I do this thing calling the guy out without thinking about the consequences of it, you know? All right, whatever. Next story. Super Sebi. Long time no see. Hiatus Coyote from Greece. Oof. Major rating differential there. Duncan J. Lightning. All right, guys. We've got donation from Mr. Slow to warm things up. You discovered today that I made detention too long when I play. I need to be more boring. Well, that's interesting. Interesting subject. That's an interesting subject. And not just about tension. I think a lot of people tend to, and we do this in poker too, in any game, I imagine. Right. We want to be like we want to be fancy too. It's not just like wanting to keep the tension. People want to do something cool or fancy. But like, yeah, it's like Tal. Everybody's like, oh, Tal is the most exciting player. But the truth is, you know, for every exciting game, he probably played like 2 boring games too, you know. Yeah, the normal is like boring. And that's okay. You know what I mean? But Arsenal fan also depends on what you want. What do you want out of chess anyway? All right. So we're being mindful today, guys. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 players so far. We have 15 minutes. We're going to start. Nefedov is here early. Early is on time. On time is late. And late is inexcusable. How to assess your chess. Not reassess, but assess? I thought it was how to reassess your chess. There's 2? You know, Arsenal fan, the good thing to think about, you know, the whole concept of tension. But I mean, to be honest with you, Arsenal fan, I think that most people have the opposite problem. Like, they hate tension. So it's a sign you're kind of an advanced player, at least, if you're actually trying to maintain the tension too much. You know, most people are like, oh, gone when there's a amount of tension. All right, they hate tension. Tension makes me nervous. I have anxiety. Tension very bad for someone with anxiety disorder. Speaking of anxiety disorder, all right, maybe like lowering your antidepressants could affect your impulsivity. I was talking about this 2 weeks ago when I went to Croatia and I forgot my medication. I take medicine for anxiety, and I just couldn't. I didn't have it. I didn't feel like getting it. Whatever. But you take stuff like antidepressants. You know, take it for a couple weeks, and you start to get, you know, you get things like affecting you. Anyway, Arsenal fan. Yeah, I have. I think it often just backfires for me. Karpov never had any problems being concrete and exchanging early. All right, guys, I'm going to get some more players while we're here. All right, we need cool, have fun, buddy. Serious chess player. Whoa. 2,500 in bullet. Veiko. My rating is 2,000. From Serbia. Welcome. All right, anyone else politely asking to play in the hi, serious, were you actually 2195 FIDE? Blitz. Serious chess player. Somewhat serious. Super Sebi dropped out again. Nice one. What happened? Hiatus? Take a hiatus. He took a hiatus and he came back, Arsenal fan. I am ominous Karpov. That sounds like a band. Actually, it sounds like a song title. The Fall. It's a fall song. I am ominous Karpov. All right. So where else are we going here? I'm having trouble focusing. I don't think I have ADD, Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. I don't have, whatever it is, attention deficit disorder, AD&D. But I might have mental problems. Okay. I'm not crazy. I'm just a chess player. Was that a nickname Unsound? Someone Unsound he's a liar. He's not Unsound. The player formerly known as Unsound. Alright. Niedermeyer. So guys, we're about to start in 10 minutes. I'm going to get the rest of the players gathered around here. Fries, would you like fries with that shake? Lightning 1101. Luke Wright. 65. 1,200 games. Good. All right. Nita Knocker. Knocker. I like that. That's awesome. That's a great name. Whatever it means. It sounds funny. Seongji Hun. It's a Croatian from Hungary. Tarashova Varia. Varia in Hungarian means wait, to wait. YOLO. Chess Gamer 200 from France. Oof. We had a good game before now. Musa Sajia. Iran. So guys, we have 14 players. We need 11 more. All right. Impulsive decisions. Let's see. Take your time. No bullet chess, no London. Miku chess. Not a lot of games there. Mastermind from Sri Lanka. 615, 79 games. All right. I'm a little reluctant to take the players from Asia because they like leave the Simul on me. The players from India, Southeast Asia, Sri Lanka, they're like going to bed in the middle of the Simul or something. It's late there, and you guys will tend to register and then drop out. Damn, over the board, I'm only like 1880. That's good. 1880, like way above average for tournament players. What's the average over the board rating? Like 1500? I mean, nowadays it's even lower. So another Bangladesh, and he's gonna like fall asleep during the tournament. Simul, whatever it is. Revenge of the Rook. So I'm playing 25 players. It's a long Simul, guys. Just a reminder. Join me, please. Premius. Or Primius. Did you see your comment? Oh, man. I have them like... I have little like blue and yellow sticky notes on my screen. You know, to keep track of your comments, Arsenal fan. But that one I seem to have missed. Where is it? I discovered today that I maintained... Yeah, we saw that. But I missed one. There was too many other firing in there. You've been playing very well since you came back? Oh, you mean like came back? In the Simul chat? What? Oh. Disco ball above our heads? You once stood next to 2100 FIDE at a urinal. Oh no. It was a memorable experience apparently for Arsenal fan. All right, don't distract me now. I'm having trouble focusing already. We're playing poker. I was playing poker with 80-year-olds till like 8 o'clock in the morning. Like meters, centimeters. Dude, these guys are like these two like local Hungarian poker legends. Like, played poker with them until like 8 o'clock in the morning. It's fucking unbelievable. You know, unbelievable. I mean, just unbelievable. One guy is like 77 and the other one is 80. And they're able to play poker until 8 o'clock in the morning. I mean, how fucking amazing is that? I get tired. I'm like 50 and I like get tired, you know, want to like go to bed. I'm like suffering there. I hope that I can play poker all night or whatever, do anything all night when I'm 80. It's amazing, you know, it's just... All right, next, Miku Chess. All right, we'll take them. Our Thomas Trenson, if you swap to a different app... By the way, there's a new Lee Chess app out. I haven't really made up my mind about it, but they tried to make it more professional, so the jury's out on that. Mr. Sleepy tip 30, Primius has followed. Guys, we need your support. Song Ji Han. Okay, I'm sorry if I don't pronounce your name correctly. Anybody? You're not from Hungary. That's just part of your name. All right. Anyway, Han would be capitalized. Ukraine. All right. Ruslan Bear. Also. Gutand. Some regulars. Guys, we're going to need your support. There's been no gift subs, no subs, anything this week. So, I am filing for bankruptcy very soon, you know. And I don't make enough money playing poker at the moment to survive. As can be. Oh, Richard Brenton just gifted 10 subs. Thank you, Richard. So that's our first gift sub for the week. Now, I'll be fair. I didn't stream on Friday. And I usually do like a short stream on Friday. I had to go for a staycation. Richard Brenton, thank you so much. Donating 10 gift subs. He's been a very hugely generous player towards sort of helping support the stream. We're getting started here in 5 to 7 minutes, 5 minutes. We're almost there. I've got 20 players. I need 5 more. Sir, serious chess player, we got you. Daisak. RP Tanya. Taina, sorry. Yeah, I'd like to get the players with more games if possible. Shaki is here from Finland. Another strong player. Is it the crazy Shaki or the boring Shaki today? Alright. Well, I've got lots of stories. Another funny thing happened during my poker tournament. I'm crazy. I'm really crazy. You know, chess players are all crazy. I do crazy stuff. From China, George Liu. Suspicious. Wasn't that the same guy from before? I kept trying to join. Alright. For my Vietnamese poker playing friend, Myrma the Doctor, we're going to take them. And for my Vietnamese friends downstairs, who run a store that I buy a lot of stuff from, Mr. Slow, you choose quite a lot bullet addicts this time. I didn't really notice that. Obviously. Lightning. I'm not looking at the bullet. I'm looking at the other games. But it's possible. Just a bad coincidence. Thanks, Mr. Slow, for warning me, though. But I think like almost everyone is like addicted to bullet at this point. I've gotten to the point where I just like don't look at their bullet rating or even pay attention to it. I'm focusing on the blitz and rapid. So they might have like thousands of bullet games, but I don't even like hover over the bullet. I just want to see that they have blitz and rapid or classical, but not many people play classical at all. So thanks for pointing that out. I'll try to keep an eye on it. Having trouble concentrating, as my next anecdote will explain. We're taking the guy from Bangladesh. We dropped to 21. Someone dropped out. Ready to start, guys. Artivit dropped out. Okay, we got 22. Next, as soon as we fill this up, I'm gonna 25 players. Mr. Brenton, you fell out, and then you're back. Where's Richard Brenton? Dude, watch out. Watch your step, Richard. Oh no, you fell out too? Why is Velko playing Please Pick Me? You were in. Where is he? Velko, the Serbian player, is gone. Dude, you're out of the list now. You're totally off the list. Listen to this situation. We're playing in a poker tournament. Middle of the tournament, several hours in. There's a break in like 1 minute. Like a 25-minute break. I'm first to act. And I have some kind of memory of my last 2 cards. I think. That was like 7-3. And in my mind, I don't know, I got distracted because there was 1 minute to the break. And I thought I had 7-3. And without even like double checking my cards, I'm just like, fold. And I flip up my cards and I have pocket kings. And I had to fold because I said fold. Even before I double checked the cards. It's unbelievable. It's just unbelievable, the shit that I do. It's insane. Like, who does that? Who folds pocket kings? Coach 100. Folding pocket kings first to act in a poker tournament. I just was like, dude, what's wrong with me? Why do I do such crazy things? In my mind, I thought I had 7-3. Are we just crazy because we're poker players? I mean, because we're chess players? Or am I just crazy? Or was I already like that, you know? Mindfulness, you know? Mindfulness. Be careful. Think about what you're doing, you know? And I'm not as bad as most people. Horrible. Okay. Guys, it's time to start. I've got 24 players. We need one more. Dazak. Add me. I love chess. All right. Enough said. We're starting 25. First time I've ever folded pocket kings under the gun in the middle of a poker table tournament for no reason. It was so bad. I was sitting there like in physical pain. I mean, I don't even know why. Why do I fold? Say fold and then check my cards again to make sure. Like, it'd be better if you say fold. Just don't look at your cards. Next time, just don't look at your cards, because you don't want to know you had pocket kings. You know. And I was trending badly, and I needed that. I needed some good cards, and I got it, and I fucking folded. Asterbate, what are you talking about? 2 people resigned already? Why are you saying 23? Remind me to fold pocket kings under the gun. I just can't believe the crazy stuff that I do. You know? It'd be like one thing if I was drunk or something, but I'm completely sober. And I still do crazy stuff. Okay, it's 1 minute to the break. You're kind of distracted. You're like tired. You want to go to the bathroom. But what makes me think that I have 7-3? You caught 2-3. Nah, only caught 23. What? 2-3 pasty? Wait, what does that mean? 23 players? 2-3 offsuit, that's a good fold. But I mean that cost me, you know, that was my chance to probably ended up being a big hand actually. Though it wouldn't have been. I would have either limp re-raised and probably ended the hand, or I would have raised and played like one opponent max probably. It would have been a different story. Ended up I folded and there was a huge pot, and I don't know, someone like won a lot of chips. But what I'm trying to get to is this whole thing about mindfulness. The England Gambit is not good. Don't play it. I'm just gonna warn you. That's probably like the worst opening ever. I think it's not as bad as the Fred, probably, like E4 F5, but it's close. Don't play the England Gambit. No matter how much you like Friday the 13th. Yeah, that's how, again, Friday the 13th. The fuck is wrong with me? I mean, Nightmare on Elm Street. I'm sorry. The brain is there, but the neurons that, like, connected and stuff are a little bit fucked up at the moment. Robert England. Yeah. I said Friday the 13th. Get it? England Gambit. Whatever. Asterbate would get it. Takes. C4. Guys, please donate and support the stream. Richard Brenton with 10 gift subs. Mr. Slow donating $33. Come on, guys. We're up to 1733.32. We need your support. Richard B and Mr. Slow are every week, practically every week, donating heavily to support the stream. Everybody else can step up, help me. I appreciate it. But I played poker all weekend, so I've got poker, you know, anecdotes. That was a weird thing. Folding pocket kings under the gun. And then you can't shake it later. My aces got cracked. Of course, the bad beast story, right? Immediately. We got good standard bad beats. Aces. This guy, like, I thought was a decent player. He just goes nuts with, like, pocket sevens and tries to give me all of his chips and then catches a 7. You know, it was like, what are you doing, dude? But the bad beats is fine. I mean, I accept that. But the funny thing was, I thought the player was actually like a decent player. You know, it was weird, and so it's hard to judge people. Don't judge them. Don't judge me. E4, C5, Knight C3, G6. Specific move order. Would someone in sound do that, or would Astrobate do that? You know, I try to. By the way, for those of you who are new here, I do this in Zen mode because not because it's like less distracting, although that's good too. Zen mode is very useful. I think minimizing distractions is excellent for your play, but especially for me because I'm easily distracted. What do I want to say here? Zen mode makes it fun because I can guess who the regular players are. If you're not a regular player, it doesn't matter, of course. All right. Here. Now I'm trying to remember who played this against me. Well, a lot of people have played this against me, but my latest attempt is the C5. Now check. Yeah, all right. I don't normally play D6 that much. I was just going over a Roslimo yesterday with one of my students. So I guess we have to play that. I hope it's not Mr. Slow, though, because we've already had like a million Roslimos. That gets a little old. We play the same thing over and over again. Let's try something different. Quinteros. The Goring Gambit. That's actually Sun Prison. We haven't seen him in a while. He's Summary. Summary. I have played D5 here. Declined. Lame, huh? I should accept the Goring Gambit. Oh, a Smith Mora. Mora Smith. No, what's his name? Redusa today. Reduce. Yeah, this is the worst version of the England Gambit. Honestly, my personal opinion is that if you're gonna play this crap, you should probably just play F6 here. I mean, and it's like a... No, everything's bad. It's all bad. F6, I don't know. Maybe Bishop F4 I'll play, to be honest. The kind of Yasser approach. It's like a Black Mardimer reverse F6 Bishop F4. But Queen E7 I feel is even worse. Here, I don't even try to keep the pawn. You can have the pawn, okay? It's all yours, bro. But your queen is on E7. You know, I just want to point that out. All right, next. Some things are more important than material. I'm not here to hang on to the pawn. And those variations are good for white, too, by the way. Just saying. But I don't want to even give them the satisfaction of playing their little England Gambit tricks and stuff. Nefirov, nice to see you. Have a nice Slav. Did you have a nice Slav? Oh, this is Gutan. He's been playing this a lot against me. Isn't it Gutan who does this? Why do you do this? This is weird. This is too early. No? Maybe it's not that bad for white? couple different options there. Shaki, I apologize if we have a symmetrical English in advance. I apologize for the symmetrical English. Maybe one of the most boring openings in chess. All right. Oh no. There he is, actually. Now that we mention it. Guys, can someone... Move 11 was here earlier, right? Ominous Monkey, welcome. So, Move 11, if you're still here, Move 11 just like he likes to just jump on the stream and then run away. He doesn't actually watch. What happened to Aldous though? The guy who was a good player who used to always play in our Tuesday tournaments. Because Move 11 somehow knew Aldous though. This German player who would play in the Tuesday tournaments. And now he never comes anymore. And I wondered, did I do something wrong? He used to play all the time. You not love me anymore? Why do people not play in my tournaments? The prizes aren't big enough for you? This is Shaki though. He's played this before, right? He's not the only crazy guy from Finland who's played this against me. Actually, he is the only crazy guy from Finland who played this against me. He is. But there's that other guy, that weird I am, who like tried to claim I abused him in the chat. From Finland, played it against Pia Kremling, of all people. There's a game in the database. Crazy guy. Crazy I am. I won't say his name because it would be abusing him. Yeah, he like made fun of me and then claimed I abused him. But it's cool. Anyway, I'm still scarred for life. We'll play the main line. I played e6 last time. Dude, Finland? Jess Ebert, did you hear what I said? And I am from Finland. Jess Ebert, what are you doing? Do I have to ban you? You have a problem, like an obsession of some kind? You're like Smurfette with Vadim? I think he has a crush on Levi Rosman. Damn, Jesse, bruh. Alright. My opponent offers a draw. Jesse, bro, may or may not have a crush. But dude, the point was an IM from Finland. Gramling. Oh yeah, Levi Rosman is the only player who's ever played Pia Kremling. He's the only one. He's the only one. He's famous for that too? God, I have to see the guy when I like search for my own videos on YouTube. He has some kind of paid promotion there. I mean, I'm like, dude, I'm gonna puke. That's what the world has come to. Let's try e5. C3 Sicilian. Oh my god, my friend Salanci Emil. He's an IM from Hungary who's 73. He's one of my best friends, chess friends here. He's got to have dementia. I saw him on Friday night. He looked horrible. He's got like the taped glasses and he seems like real out of it. Poor guy. Tape glasses is always a bad sign. But, no, there was this guy, this IM came to my stream like 5 years ago, and he like made some weird comment about me, and then I got like offended, and then he claimed I abused him or something. He had sent like a complaint to Twitch. Idiot, really. Anyway, speaking of mindfulness, knight c3, that's a good move. Now I only have one good move myself. I played other moves here. a6. The old, no, doesn't work. I have to play knight c6 now. No more bluffing. Yeah, so here we have a choice. Two moves I like to play. There's the Michael Road, e4, which is principled and very strong. And then the Szlaji's favorite, a Szlaji Kedvence, which is Hungarian for Szlaji's favorite, bishop f4. How's this going to work again? No, not bishop f4. Jesus. See, you gotta focus. You feel you're getting distracted, you're not concentrating, you gotta focus. Knight d5 right away. Bishop f4, knight takes f3, g takes f. It is bishop f4. Okay. And you might ask yourself, how did I get here? There was an episode of What's in My Bag with David Byrne from the Talking Heads. I haven't looked at it yet. It's curious to see what a creative musician would buy. How did I get here? How did I get this beautiful wife? But he's still going strong. Amazing. Now the older I get, the more I respect like other old people who continue to excel even later in life. David Byrne is just an amazing, musician and creative. I think they're one of the most influential acts in rock music. Anyways. Alright, so is this somewhat unsound? I don't normally play this line. It's got to be somewhat unsound. Asterbait would have used more time by now. What's in My Bag is this like video series where famous musicians go into like a record store and they pick out all kinds of music that they would listen to, so it's cool. You're curious what this famous artist would listen to himself, you know what I mean? What kind of music he would buy. What's in my bag? Yeah, so I need to talk to Morales about this. Knight f3. If I play bishop b5, you play a6. I play e5, you take, I take. That's like a worse version of that line. Why do I play so badly against things that I've played myself? Because I rarely find myself on the other side of this. Bishop g5 was played against me. Bishop e3. Let's just play bishop e3, right? Nothing fancy. So, welcome everybody. Thank you for your support. We're hosting a Simul for 25 players. I'm not counting how many are left, but hopefully a few. Anyway, whatever. Whatever, Nefyadov, is this you? How did I get here? All right. Queen's Indian or Nimzo? Beef or chicken? Chicken or beef? Let's go with the beef. Shaki, nice to see you. The Finnish Gambit. Mm-hmm. The white side of Spanish could be Mr. Slow, it could be Richie Rich. The Smith Mora, usually someone random. Hopefully someone on sound has outgrown that at this point. This is Acerbate. This is your brain on drugs. Knight E2. Anyway, I was talking about my friend Emil, and Emil is an IM. He reached like lifetime 2450. He was a good regular tournament player. Now he seems to have like dementia or something. The last time we invited him to play poker, he came and we're like, Emil, please don't drink, because I'm gonna back you, and if you're gonna play, don't drink any alcohol. And the guy, he sounded sober on the phone, came to play poker, and he acted like he was like drunk or something, but there was no alcohol smell at all, you know. So we're like, what is going on? He seems like he's drunk, but he doesn't have any alcohol odor at all, you know. So we started to think like, fuck, you know, he's developing dementia, you know. He just acts weird, and like just kept sort of repeating the same things. Like he was saying, oh, this banana is so delicious. We gave him coffee. He's like, oh, this coffee is it's so good. Oh, this banana is so good. You know, my mom had the Alzheimer's. And so this kind of repeating the same thing over and over again, because they don't know what to say. They don't remember what they said last, or, you know, they don't remember. They just said the same phrase like 6 times in a row. This banana is so delicious. This coffee is so... I'm like, fuck, you know. It was the same thing with my mom. You know, she was fine to a point, and then all of a sudden started to decline. Emil is like... Now, this move I've wondered about a lot. You know, this queen takes d4. I can't just sacrifice a pawn here. And I remember, my Alzheimer's isn't that far advanced yet. I remember looking at this briefly. We have 2 options. Sacking a pawn is not an option, so I have to take on e4, which is playable. Or knight f6. Maybe knight f6 is better. If e5, knight e4, I'm threatening bishop c5. There's a check on e7, it's irrelevant. Okay, Arsenal fan, probably playing the Najdorf, although it could be anybody. No, I mean, seriously, if you have a friend who's older and they start to repeat the same phrases again and again. If I had caught my mom earlier, I regret that we like we kind of let it slide at first, you know, even though we noticed it was weird. If you notice an older person oddly repeating the same phrases again and again, it's probably, you know, the onset of dementia. So just keep that in mind for future reference. Takes. That's one of Emil's favorite variations. No, that's with the c3 Sicilian. It's not the same position. It's just similar. Okay. That's a Pierce with bishop d3. It's a little different. Now I can play the white side of the Philidor. So if I play e4, is it a Philidor or an Old Indian? Right? Or is it both? You can start them on the Menda. Yeah, for example, if you catch it early. I regret that I didn't catch my mom early. You kind of have this feeling like if they make it to 80 and they don't have dementia, then they're fine. But actually, I read Chess Hebrew that's something like the statistical, like it's like going up very quickly, like the chances of getting dementia like every year you get older, over 80 or something. It's going up very quickly statistically. I didn't realize that, you know. You kind of figure, oh well, if they don't get it by the time they're 80, you know, you're in the clear or something like that. But it's not how it works. You still go up and up. Although it's amazing how some people absolutely, like the poker player I played with last night, this guy Lazzi. He's 77. Actually, there are two Lazzis. One is 77 and one is 80. And mentally, they're both totally sharp, totally there. I hope, I'm already like foggy headed, and I'm 52. Imagine what it's like to be 80 and be clear minded. You know, one of them's in like a bad mood. Probably he has a lot of physical ailments. He's always like grumpy, but that's a different thing. Today I was checking out what makes people irritability. What causes irritability? I'm thinking, why am I irritable all the time? Tiredness, okay. Alcohol, drug use, stress. But I'm like, why do I hate everyone all the time, you know? Probably shouldn't have, reduced my intake of serotonin reuptake inhibitors. But if you find yourself irritable, that's another thing that can be treated. But it is a problem. I was just thinking of these guys, man. What amazing guys. It was fun though. I was tired, honestly. We played poker till 8 in the morning with like almost a full table. And what am I doing here? Bishop f4. But it was fun. I was thinking, like, come on, these guys are like 77 and 80, and I haven't played that much with them. Low T or high T? It's definitely not high T. But, yeah, here we go. Okay. Don't play the England Gambit. That's the message for you. Knight d5 or not? It's a good call. Do I want to play knight d5 or not? If I don't play knight d5, black can play c6. But anyway, if I play knight d5, he has to take an f3. And now I take back. I think I like it. I think I'll do it. I've done this before. Okay, Mora Gambit. I have like 4 different variations that I play here. But some of you know them. This better not be someone on sound. I'm going to be pissed if you played the Mora Gambit against me. I thought we progressed beyond that. Poker versus 80. No, I know, right? One of them is like wickedly aggressive. You know, he's very sharp, very aggressive. The other one is more passive. But the 80-year-old is a little bit passive now. The 77-year-old is entertaining to play with because he's really loose and unpredictable. What the hell is this? All right. So this is the C3 Sicilian. This is what my friend Solansi plays with black. D6 against the C3 Sicilian. Now this is an old Indian. This is not a C3 Sicilian, but it's similar to a C3 Sicilian, just without C3. So I can play C4, trade queens, and grab the pawn on E4. Trading a side pawn, if you will. Flank pawn. Flank you for the pawn. What about our development there? C4, bishop takes queen, takes, takes on E4, hits the F2 pawn. White will have to defend it, most likely with bishop E3. But you can't castle. Black's got to be okay. Bishop e3 is an awkward move to play. All right, we're gonna do it. Catalan with bishop e4 check. Yeah, so whatever. White, excuse me. I'm doing like a Gingy used to do that. The throat clearing, like a nervous habit. It's not like that with me. Some people do it. It's annoying, you know. When they continuously like clear their throat, not because they have to, because it's like a nervous habit. But I just did that. But I really had to clear my throat. Post-nasal drip. Queen c2. It's a hybrid. So this is shocky. Definitely. This line is... the problematic I am against Pia Cramling. When I looked at the database, it was one of the only games with like high-rated players, and she ended up like going wrong in this line somehow, even though she was okay out of the opening. It looked like. Even Joe Gallagher mentions this line in the old book from like 2002. I don't remember. It's old. Beating the anti-Sicilians. So this is not like some revolutionary new idea. We've had this before. I don't know. I think lines like that kind of lose their value when you don't have surprise. The wing gambit without the element of surprise is pretty toothless, honestly. In my personal opinion. That kind of opening, you need the element of surprise. You know, if you're going to play it over and over again, you're going to get like, it's like the Mora Gambit, you know. It's not that great, but it can be valuable with the element of surprise. Without that, I don't think so. It's a bad idea. So Spanish Torture is on tap for today. I don't play the Marshall. Oh man. Is this Asterbait or someone else? G6. Regarded by many as Black's best line. You know what's funny, Someone on Sound? It's very drawish if Black wants to go there. Nobody wants to go there. I assure you that people who play the Sicilian with Black don't really want to draw. The problem is that only bad players play the Smith-Morra Gambit, so you can't draw against Smith-Morra because the players playing it suck. You know what I mean? It's like a counterintuitive sort of situation. Drawing against Smith-Morra would be okay, except for the fact that your opponent sucks. Like, you know, so you can't. I was disappointed the one time I couldn't beat Lev Milman or, you know, whoever else played against me. I always have this, like, you ever have, like, made-up memories? What is that called? Like, manufactured memories? I have manufactured memories, because you start reinforcing them, like, you think something wrong, mistaken. You have, like, a mistaken thought, and then you keep reinforcing it, and it becomes, like, more reinforced. It's like Donald Trump and all the shit that he believes. He probably half believes it. He just keeps reinforcing it in his bubble. I have this weird artificial memory that I played Esserman in a Mora Gambit. But it's not true. You know, I realized at some point that it wasn't Esserman. It was Lev Milman. But it was just that I think I played Esserman in the same tournament. Or something, like he was there, you know. Maybe I played him in the same tournament. It was just a different opening. Who's playing the Curious attack against me? So you switch things around in your head. It's funny how that works. I don't know what I'm doing here exactly. I mentioned black has several different options, but I think on this one we looked at this once. Queen d2. I mean, I get what you're saying, so on the sound, but you're like one of like 3 people on the whole planet who methodically cares about the Smith Mora. Honestly, man, it's like you, Crazy Esterman, and maybe like one other guy. And maybe I'm underestimating it, but I mean seriously, like there's just, you know, it's not, there's nobody, you know, who's paying attention to that, you know. It's just not really relevant. You're right, but you know, maybe some correspondence player out there who likes playing the Smith Mora. I mean, I don't know. So, Rook b1. I have a vague recollection of this, too. Queen takes check, bishop d2. Yeah, this is confusing. We had this once before against Shaki. So I had to invent the wheel here. It seems irrelevant because you can bypass it with a c3 Sicilian. I always thought it was odd because the c3 Sicilian is really like a solid opening for white, I would say. And you know what I mean? That's not, I don't think the c3 Sicilian is very in the same style, very much in the same style as the Mora. It's kind of awkward, you know. You always have to play a different style when they do that, so. Alright, so what do I do? Can I just ignore this, or do I have to take the knight? Takes check, bishop d2. Well, it's easy to calculate. There's only one square to go to. a3. Then there's like d5. What if I play knight f6? Is d5 an issue? Knight f6, d5. There's also simply bishop d2. If I don't do anything. But knight f6, bishop d2, e6. What are you going to do, man? Like a Scandinavian sort of knight e4? It's just tricky, but it's like objectively not good for white. This is okay for a one night stand. Because I don't remember, of course. So queen takes check, bishop d2, queen a3, rook b3, queen takes a2. No, I have queen d6, okay. Queen takes check, bishop d2, queen a3. What are you doing? There you're playing what, d5? But I don't care, you know. If I just develop with like knight f6, take, bishop b4, queen a2, I don't know how I decide between these moves, though. You know, they all look reasonable. I mean, e6, knight f6, and queen takes, c3 check. How do I decide between these 3 possible moves? e6 seems like the most passive of the 3. e6, bishop d2. Knight b, let's see, e6, bishop d2, knight f6, knight b5, queen d8, e6, Queen takes c3 is the simplest. I'm trading pieces. Queen takes c3 check. Bishop d2. Queen a3. d5, I assume. And now what? I'm not trying to keep the knight. You know, I mean, you can have the knight back. So I play what? That's the question. What's my move now? Develop with knight f6. You take on c6. It's my turn. I take back on c6. Now White has weird move, bishop b4. And then I would be obligated to play queen takes a2. But still, White doesn't seem to have any obvious threats. The bishop on b4 is kind of annoying. How does he develop his other bishop, though? Bishop d3, bishop e2. Let's say bishop e2. Yeah, I can't play e6, and you'll mess up my right to castle. So let's say I play e6 instead. e6 instead. e6 instead. I'm just going to play e6. Screw it. All right. Here's the Mora Gambit. Thank you for playing the Mora Gambit. Thank you for playing e6, the Najdorf / Scheveningen. Modern Scheveningen, to be exact. The modern Scheveningen. I know I pronounce it wrong. Okay, give me a break. What did you play? d3? Now I need to develop the rest of my pieces. Hello. g6, bishop g5, or even knight d5. Yeah. We need to be careful. h6, knight h4. Bishop d7. Just thinking out loud. Bishop e6, knight g5. Bishop d7, knight g6. Saying these moves helps me to sort out my thoughts. Not a very exciting move. What am I going to do? Ah, now I remember. Okay, so if knight c6, bishop e5, but I'm not going to play knight c6. I'm going to play knight e4. It's like a Ponziani. Can this transpose to a Ponziani? Ponziani has the knight on f3, but it could, right? I don't know. The hardest, yeah, that's why the hard... Is this knight gambit a real thing? It's a thing. It's not considered great, but it's playable. a6? Come on. Wow, f4. So you're playing the... White's playing the Pierts. Like, that doesn't look right. You know, it's like Austrian attack Pierts with your knight on the wrong square. Okay, maybe there's nothing special that I can do. But White's position isn't really threatening either. So has to be, don't just play knight c6 without thinking about it, though. Knight 6 d5. What did I tell you about that? Someone unsound, you wouldn't play this, would you? You did that once. It could be someone unsound, as stupid as it looks. What would Solansi, my friend, do? You know, he would do some crazy shit here, like Knight c6, d5, knight a5. I don't think I can do that, can I? I can do that. Knight c6, d5. Knight c6, d5, knight a5. Emil will do crazy shit like that, even without the dementia. But I'm having second thoughts. Knight c6, d5, knight a5. Nothing fancy like b4 should work. But, because of the diagonal. But honestly, what if you play something quiet like knight d2? I have to break the center. It's too awkward. This is probably someone unsound. I don't love the system for white, but he likes it. c6, d5. e6 would be weird. Whatever floats your boat, man. There's c4. That doesn't work here. Knight c6, d5, c4. Takes. No. Queen b6 check. No. I have to go out to a5 and then knight to d2. I could play c4 there if you want to be really wacky. Bishop c2. It's like a crazy Spanish or something. But I don't trust my position that much. Bishop c4 doesn't seem right either. I don't have too much experience playing this. Disclaimer. What about takes in e5? A lot of possibilities here. I just don't really trust white's position. There's something weird about it. Take, knight c6, knight c3, knight b4, bishop b1, d5. He has too much space. He would love that space. Loving the space. Alright, we're going to try it. Now, with more f3. Is f3 necessary? Well, someone in town can't be playing every game. Someone's playing the Exchange Philidor against me. Who could that be? Wait, this is an old Indian. I keep saying Exchange Philidor, but it's an old Indian. It's not the Exchange Philidor. This is Nefedov. Nefedov, you're not really one to play g6, but yeah, sometimes you do. Okay, yeah. You have done that before. Welcome, everybody. Please support the stream and donate if you can. It's much appreciated. Richard Brenton with 10 gift subs. We've got 10 gift subs. Chess Riddle donated 60 bits. When was that? Was that like on... Was that on Tuesday? We got 10 gift subs from Richard Brenton and Mr. Sleepy. All on their own. Guys, help support the stream. We're going to Italy in October. In Noctober. Nocturnal. Oh, I can play, yeah, one of these things. What would Elvest do? So bishop d2, and screw you. That's what I always say. So we've got a standard Catalonia. If Morales is, where's Morales been? If Morales were here. Retire. You should do retirement. Early retirement. My best friend who taught me how to play chess is talking about coming back. We had a really good talk last week. He's an economist, and economists are like going to be redundant, like programmers. So he's thinking about making a comeback to chess. I would welcome it. He was a huge influence on me. Great. He has great instincts, especially for openings and stuff. Anyways, whatever. That's fine. You do that. Knight b4 on the table. I don't mind. Are you threatening me? It's like the Beavis and Butthead. This isn't Nefedov. He wouldn't play this. What is this? I don't care about that. Oh, you hurt me. Right. Okay, bishop g5. Wow. Now that's provocative. But you're giving me a useful move here for free. f6 or h6. You'll keep your opinion on economists? Your opinion on economists? Well, you're not generalizing a little. That's like my opinion on lawyers. I have an opinion on every occupation. Am I supposed to play h3? Nah, it's too slow. Rip, England Gambit. That's the right place for an Arsenal fan. Well, I mean, you know, he's an academic, not a, you know, not an industry person. I appreciate academics, you know. They do it for the love, not the money, Arsenal fan. For the science of it. Yeah. Corporate evil. They're academics for corporate evil. Exactly. Doesn't have to be that way. You can be an economist for good. Okay. Bishop e3. Evil economists and good economists. So rook g1. This has to be theory. Who is this? Someone knows what they're doing. Oh no. You know who this is? Anybody want to guess? Economists for good. I went to Tesco yesterday. Speaking of Walmart, I went to Tesco. I found my beer, the only place in Budapest I could find it. I could find Hoegaarden, Belgian white, and Tesco made me think of Walmart. Yeah, I went to like a specialty beer store in downtown Budapest. Couldn't find it. Ridiculous. None of the non-stops or off licenses I could find Hoegaarden. But of course Tesco has it. Just like Tesco is like on the outskirts of the city. You know, I had to go like practically outside of Budapest to get it. I could order it, you know, online. Tesco. Order from Tesco Express or whatever. Alright, this is Mr. Slow. I'll wager anyone like a side bet. Only Mr. Slow would know the white side of the Carey's attack, you know. I'm at the end of my theory because I never used to play the H6 lines, so I was just kind of hoping like maybe my opponent doesn't know it either. But I mean, people don't generally play G4 unless they know what they're doing. Nice to get your ass kicked immediately for playing the Skaveningen. There was a reason why I quit playing this for black. But I'll tell you that playing this opening made me a very tough defender on the black side of the Sicilian. It was like, you know, lifting weights or something. You know, you're playing at a disadvantage. I was playing at a disadvantage, a big disadvantage, in many, many games. Getting my ass kicked by strong grandmasters made me defend, like, very difficult positions. It was good exercise, actually. Until one day I realized, like, why the fuck am I doing this, you know? Why am I playing strong grandmasters with black in like the spaceless, horrible, you know, passive variation of the Sicilian? Why did I do this, you know? Because Gary played it in the 80s or something. It's ridiculous. So G6? Can I really do that? That looks lame. Elvis wouldn't do that, but now you're threatening G5, G6 yourself. H5 doesn't work. I feel like maybe once I had a game with Mr. Slow in this before. A long time ago. It was like last year or something. Doesn't seem right, but I'll do it. G5. My other options include, I don't know. This is good hand, I think. Yep. Got it. We got it. That one's good. One down. One called correctly. One called over the cuckoo's nest. Wow. I thought this was Nefedov. Nefedov playing A6 and G6? I don't know. Would he really do that? I don't know. Yeah. I'm a believer. Alright. I don't think C5, A5 is to my liking, so I'm going to trade. Is it to your liking, sir? So who played the Mora Gambit against me? Pelican. Piss easy draws. Yeah, right. No, it was horrible, but it made me a good defender, I think, you know, personally. It helped me develop skills, like playing the inferior side of pawn storm type positions. I had to dig very deep, you know, a lot of times in very tough games. It made me work really hard, so that's a good thing. Yeah, bishop f4 is a line, right? And now you have a choice, queen d2 or e4. Maybe queen d2 is more like a hyper-modern way of playing this. Queen d2, c6, knight c3, d5, boom, e4. I should play e4 right away. So this is weird. h3, weakening my king side. Feels like a very standard sort of move. Grunfeld, main line. Rook b1 variation. Or am I supposed to play bishop e2? I can never remember. And does it matter? Piss easy draws. Proper grammar. Hotel hot tea. Oh no. What is this? Well, alright. I don't know what else to do. So, Arsenal fan playing d4 again? This looks like something that could be him. But you played the classical lately against the Nimzo. This was a Queen's Indian. Could be Arsenal fan, though. You never know. So, well, we've been here. Oh, dude, come on. Do you want to take back? Now, there's no alternative here, like knight g6 or something, is there? Knight g6, knight f7. I bet even knight g6 is good. Knight g6, knight e6. Queen h4, knight c7, check. King d8, knight a8. Yeah, we're just taking the free piece here. Rip my opponent. And now we've got to beat black to the punch in this one with a4, but do I have time? The unbelievable Nefedov. Well, I don't care if I have time or not. I have to play this move, because if I don't, he'll be first. This is like a good Joko for black. Knight a4 is a threat. Was knight a4 a threat? Last move, actually. Could you play knight a4? Well, I have bishop b4 check. I still have bishop b4, actually. a6 or a5. Or h6. Also a useful move. Alright, so who is it that plays the Mora Gambit with white? Somewhat is not you. Thomas Trainson. And someone else plays it, and I keep forgetting who they are. Who's the other player that plays this? That I can never remember. Mr. Sleepy. Mr. Someone on Sound donated drier than Karpov's Martini. I can see, yeah. I can see Sarah Palin's house from this side of Russia now. I'm now on the western border of Russia. Little Russia. Bishop f4. In like 10 years, like, Russia will control Alaska, Greenland, half of Canada, Hungary, we'll be right on the border. Actually, we'll be right on the border. We'll be like de facto Russia. By the way, what happened to the stream Friday? What about it? You have a problem? You have a problem with me taking a day off? You want to do something about it? I have irritability issues. I had the staycation. I didn't have enough time. I thought I would. I thought I would, but I really didn't have enough time. Even if I streamed, I could have only streamed for like an hour, and I was like, screw it. It just in the end, I might as well have, because it would have been better if I didn't even go play poker this weekend. It's just a waste of time. Um, I enjoy playing cash more than the tournament, though. I don't know what I'm doing here. Okay, that's not the normal move. Okay, black usually plays d5. The old line is cd4, cd4, d5, and there's also d5 right away. But d6 right away. This acerbate, is that you? You wouldn't have this much time left. You could, though. You guys think this is acerbate? It could be. It would make sense, actually. I just usually he uses a little more time, but lately there have been a few examples where he didn't use the time. He's picked up on the fact that I pick him off based on time use, and it was Boko on brown beer. Tesco was open Friday. Yeah, and yeah, I got some brown beer for Nefidov. Tesco is open Friday, but actually, I just, what did I do? No, in fact, I didn't go to Tesco on Friday. I staked it out, you know. But, I staked it out, but I didn't actually go to Tesco till Saturday. I played a poker tournament Friday night. I played cash. And then I played another poker tournament Saturday night, and then played cash. And I drank a shitload of Edelweiss, you know, Hoegaarden beer. But my resolution is that I don't drink any hard liquor at all. You know, I will not, at a special occasion or something, but not when I'm playing, you know. Not when I'm playing poker. I can drink beer, maybe wine, but only beer. And the nice thing about the Hoegaarden, which I was telling Nefidov, is that unlike brown beer, it's 4.3%. You know, so it's not, and it's only like a third of a liter, one bottle. So I can drink like a whole bunch, and I'm fine. You know, it's really a very cultured way to drink beer. So, anyway, because poker is boring without beer. I mean, unless you're playing like a high stakes tournament or something. I mean, that's a different story. Then it's like interesting, but this is a little tournament. It's horrible, actually. Two bottles of brown beer. Yeah, something like that. I must have drank like 8 Hoegaarden, which is like 8 times. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm drinking like 2.5 liters, which is what? It's like drink five big liter beers, or half liters. I mean, 5 big half-liter beers, like normal beers, but lower alcohol content, because it's only 4.3. So, over a period of like 8 hours or something, it's not a lot, really. It's not healthy, but I mean, compared to most people, hardcore British drinkers, for example. What am I doing here exactly? This is kind of scary. I didn't take this seriously at all, but now I'm taking it seriously. Never drink brown beer while you're doing anything serious. If you want to remember where you are after drinking it, you don't want to be like wandering around like the area unconsciously in a zombie-like state. I highly recommend the brown beer. Just make sure your friend gets in a taxi if you're gonna like have them drink brown beer. You love black here. I don't like knight d5, to tell you the truth. And I need to figure out how I'm dealing with that. There may not be that many ways to deal with it. You like black here? Well, black is up a piece, so good choice. Queen C8. Tastes great, less filling. All right. So here's what I thought was someone unsound, but I'm beginning to think I was wrong. Huh. You didn't play... White didn't play the critical continuation, which was D5. So Arsenal, what did you say about keeping the tension? Nice and clean. Keep it clean. Take, knight b4. Do we have a tactical problem there? Take, knight b4. E5. Knight takes d3. Pawn takes f6. But I drink a lot of beer and I drink a lot of water and I eat properly, you know, so I'm fine. But I have to take care, you know, we're not like 25 years old anymore. And I'm not like a 77-year-old teetotaler. Those 77-year-olds, they're like not drinking anything, you know. I mean, no wonder that they're completely fresh. Wow, C5. What a move. Okay. I'm not a believer in that, but whatever. All right. My knight is about to face f3, which would have to be answered by like knight to g5, which isn't great. So, alternative, maybe we have one. Queen e7, f3, knight c5. I don't know about getting pinned by bishop e5, but maybe I'm not afraid of that. But anyway, why don't I just castle? Oh yeah, knight g5. Okay, that was the point. I don't want to castle because I have to play knight g5, and that's pretty awkward. If I play queen e7, we got to think this through a little bit more. What was the opening here again? This is that. Who's that? Could that be someone on sound? It would be... You said something about Karpov's Martini. Oh, man. If this is someone on sound, he's gotten really dry. Like, I didn't think he would be that dry. Because you're like the Sahara Desert if this is your game. I even dismissed it even being you. I'm like, no way you play something this boring. But it started out as a Goring Gambit. I mean, it's possible. It's kind of typical, like, someone on sound... Wait a minute. Castles f3, queen h4, check. I actually have that. Castles f3, queen h4, check. g3, knight hg3. But, let's see. Yeah, it's good. So castles, queen h4, check. Bishop d3. I don't believe in white anymore. So I'm going to castle. I don't know who's playing the black side of the Najdorf Skivningen, but what's White's main move here? King H1, not a main move. F4, King H1, very very chicken-like. So the Mora Gambit, it was like chess Riddler. Who else plays this? Someone on Sound and I had this before. It's very standard, and I just don't think there's any alternatives. Oh, the draw for, I love that. Your position sucks, bro. This is like +2 for White, and you're offering me a draw. Do you know how bad this is for Black? Black is like strategically lost. Black has no idea. They're offering a draw here. Go run it through your engine. I will bet you that White's advantage is in the neighborhood of +2. It's that bad. You have no pieces developed. Your king is in the center of the board. Your d6 pawn is weak. I'm about to rip you apart, and you're offering me a draw. I don't think so. You know, good luck with that. B takes A. Nothing combative. Interesting. So, the theory that this was Nefedov might still hold water. It's a low maintenance move. Pawn takes pawn. Why not? Queen takes check, bishop d7, b5. You know, the nice thing about that variation is that his knight can't develop. How does he get his knight out? Queen takes a4 check, bishop d7, b5. How do you get your knight out? I'm serious. My bishop, if knight a4, I mean, a5 looks pretty normal, but I can also play a6 with the idea of b5, chipping away. Or none of the above. Maybe bishop b6 is a good move. Just allowing White to have space for free. I had similar games with Morales. Here again, I mean, g5 needs to come into consideration. Morphy would play like king h8 in this position. And go for g5. Not just Morphy, I mean, others. Chigorin, whoever. But I'm not sure I want to go that route necessarily. I'm not a caveman, you know. I'm a caveman. Oh, that's not good. A6? Ugh. I don't believe this. I thought this was someone on Sound, but I'm having doubts now. Further confirmation that, I don't know, really a6, weakening the b6 square. That looks sensitive. If I play knight a4, ka-ching. Would someone on Sound do such a thing? I don't know. I'm a little skeptical, but maybe. Knight a4, b5, and maybe it's not so bad. You give me your, it's like a trap. You give me your light square bishop, you don't care. But if I unleash the beast on the king side with h4, I say screw the whole queenside thing. We just go for the jugular. Now knight d5. How does that work? It doesn't. White's lost. Nice knowing you. Oh no, another draw for. Well, this guy's at least not -2. He also has a weak d pawn. I don't know what's up with people offering me draws. Why do you want to play chess if you offer draws in the Simul with black against the title player? Why even play in the first place? It's not like it's a tournament, you know. I love draws as much as the next guy, but the point of a draw here... to provoke me, to overextend myself. Well, I can't go to e3, I drop my pawn, so... Mainline Grunfeld. Being mindful. Could be Arsenal fan. I kept that in mind. I still believe this has got to be someone on... Excuse me. The other... Mr. Slow. I don't know where my knight goes. What does the knight say? What if I don't take... Hypothetically. Take knight d7. That's got to be what Elvis would do. Take knight d7. Elvis is the only person I know who plays this kind of stuff with black. I was shocked at the World Senior last year, Teen Championship. He crushed Graham Buckley. He was worse, but just like destroyed him. Like mated his king in the middle of the board. Just made the guy look like a beginner. With the black side of a Skaven Inga and Kiri's attack, you know. But Elvis has a lot of experience. He was like a world-class player. So. Alright. Is there some sort of trick here? This is weird. Oddly enough, I have a better score against Elvis than I do against Graham Buckley. One draw versus one loss. Not a lot of sample size there. If c4... I don't know, I don't really trust c4 for black. So, Acerbate, is this you? I don't know, you've got an awful lot of time left. Usually you waste your time. Or get disconnected or something. So e5 is tempting. What was Arsenal talking about? Keeping the tension too long? I love tension. We'll get you a t-shirt. We need merch. We still need merch. Now there's so many easy ways to make merch. I should make my own merch. Make merch matter. I'm gonna blast him with e5. Am I being impulsive again? That's my poker problem. Like doing impulsive shit. Like going all in. Like going all in against the weakest, loosest, most retarded player on the table with suited connectors. Why would you do that? Why would you do something like that? You know, why would you do something like that? Why would you call out another player on the table for having a few too many chips? Why do you do stuff like that, you know? Think about stuff before you do it. If e5, take, maybe knight d7, I can't protect e5. I'd have to give up my light square bishop on b5 for the c6 knight. Don't really want to do that. So let's not do that and say we did. So if I'm not going to do that, though, what do I do? See, that's the problem with tension. That requires thinking, planning, and whatnot. Where do I put my knight? There's another possibility, actually. All right. We're going to do it. I'm serious. This better not be someone on sound. But Tomas has played it before. I'm going to assume it's Tomas. I feel like I'm a tempo down or something. Okay, the plan was knight b4. Standard type of shit here. Standard. The gold standard. Problem? Do you have a problem with me, officer? Well, I mean, there is a problem. I mentioned it. It's knight b4, e5. And I can't take on d3. And then I move my knight somewhere, and you can play bishop to e4. Yeah, well, maybe not. I mean, maybe I go to g4. Yeah, this is weird. This could be someone on sound. I still think it's him. Okay. Knight d7. It seems very passive. You know, speaking of World Senior Team Championship last year in Poland, and Graham Buckley and Elvest, the game they had was similar to this. It could have even been the same variation. Jan was clearly worse after like 20 moves, and then he slaughtered the guy. But you got to take some chances, right? Knight h5 off sides, or knight d7 staying in the center, but kind of passive, right? Knight d7, knight takes c6, b takes c6, queen d4, e5, no problem there. Knight d7, knight b5. Now this is where it gets scary. I have the old knight b6, and then it could be Arsenal playing the Grand Prix attack. I mean, the Curious attack. You never know. Knight d7, knight b5, knight b6, bishop f4, and now I have to try knight e5. And white has tricks there that don't include queen d4. Knight e5, bishop e5, pawn e5, queen d8 check, king d8 check. We're fine. All right, we're going to try this. Arsenal. Well, I can smash his pawns now. I think I should. Hasta la vista. Hasta la revista. So +2. Draw for incoming. Hard to believe that Nefedov would get down to 6 minutes so early. I still don't see the need for h3. And that's Arsenal fan. So we're playing the French now. After e5, and Arsenal has played the French. He used to play the French. Taking looks too lame. I don't think I can play take. You know, it's stupid. Actually, though, you would take with a knight. You would take with a knight, and then I would take, and you would take with a queen, and white would play bishop f3. Maybe I still have some kind of Karpovian edge there. Speaking of Karpov, e5. I like e5 better. But it's a much more complex game. After e5, knight fd7, even possibly knight e4. Let's just take. This is lost for white. Guys, we're going to have to unveil. My last move was a misclick. Yes! But I don't think you're talking about this game. I don't think bishop f8 is a misclick. Queen c2, queen d2. The problem is the knight h5 can come in. So I'm going to play queen d2, r2 d2. So I don't know which game was misclick, but don't tell me. Because we're going to reveal. Oh, you wanted to play e5, you played d5. Well, that reduces the chance it was Arsenal fan. But on the positive side, I think d5 might be a better move. Honestly. I think d5 is a better move than e5. But that's just my opinion. Maybe you got lucky, you know? So, sometimes we get lucky. We blunder and we get lucky. We made a bad... I mean, you made a lucky misclick. For me, it seems inconsistent to play. Well, I mean, I guess either move seems somehow inconsistent, but... Man, I can't believe this is someone on sound. Really? Paint drying. Last week was like, what was it? Watching the grass grow? And this week is paint drying. Dude, what happened to you? That's unbelievable. You played the Goring Gambit to trade pieces and get like a dry equal position to grind me down? Or wait for me to like lose on time or something? Sickening. Unbelievable. My plan was rook e8. It's unbelievable. Basket weaving is next week, so stay tuned for that. You know, the more I look at this position, the more I really want to play f6. Wow. Livening things up a little around here. So this is jugular. He has knight takes h5. I can't play h5, knight h5, g4 because of knight g3. Well, I could play it. Let's see. h5, knight h5, g4, knight g3, rook h3, knight f1, rook f1. That's kind of awkward. Although, yeah, he'd have knight c4 coming in and stuff. I might want to be a little patient here. Though there is g4. If I play g4, black can try h5. This is like your chance to play h5. But if you play it, what's the follow-up? Maybe bishop h6. Takes bishop h6. Knight g3. Bishop g7. Knight h1. I don't like that either. G4 H5 would change the entire character of the game. Yeah, I know you like that kind of space advantage, but I'm playing a Simul and I'm getting in time pressure, so I'd rather keep it crisp and frosty than get in some kind of quagmire of closed spatial advantage, someone on sound. Quagmire not welcome. Frankly, maybe I should just play Bishop H6. You know, keep it simple. A practical approach. So Bishop E6, neat move. So I think this is likely Nefedov. But why wouldn't he play Bishop F5? Magnus Nefedov. Knight G5 for me. Bishop F5. Oh, we do it. I don't have another lead on Arsenal fan. This would be my only guess. Well, there is that Spanish. What happened in the Spanish? Where'd the Spanish game go? Seriously, where's our Spanish game? Did that game just end? Did they just leave or something? Because I'd like to know if my opponent in the Spanish game just left. Here I have Queen A5. Do I really want to trade queens? This looks kind of crushing. Queen A2. Queen E2, Queen C8. I don't know. That's insane. That's a misclick. Now that's a misclick. If I've ever seen one. Seriously, if anybody ever made a misclick, they meant to go to E5 and they played knight E7 or what? This is an extremely weird move. One of the weirdest moves I've ever seen. Definitely. So this move doesn't work. Okay, so Shaki, I assume here, it's not. Okay, wow, chess gamer. It's not Shaki. Told you guys not to play it twice. Wow. That doesn't look right. You know, Bishop E4 check, Rook takes B4, Knight on C takes B4. You're gambling. You're gambling for this thing. I don't really like gambling. I can just play Bishop E7, but then you have Bishop C4. Okay, so John M says I should play A6. Oof. And White has like one trick? A one-trick pony? No tricks. A6 looks strong. What is White gonna do? Yeah, it would be a pity to take that pawn. I kind of have to, though. Oh. Okay. Fine. Bishop E3. Bishop E1. Bishop E3. Robert Rowley. This is my game with Robert Rowley that was published in the Boston Globe in 1994 or 93. I can't remember. have to get out the microfiche. And Curto put the game into the Boston Globe. He liked it. It was a miniature. I won in like 20-something moves. We talked about this once, a long time ago. Black isn't supposed to exchange pawns. They're supposed to play b6 without exchanging pawns. But Bradley did it like this. We had the same exact position. So, okay. Yeah. Dryer sheets. I figure I don't care about that too much. Knight c6, bishop c4, pawn e4, queen e4. F takes e, bishop takes e4, pawn takes e4, queen e4. Oof. Yeah, F takes e. I feel like sacrificing a pawn here. I mean, I'm ahead in development. Bishop e3. That looks like a good move. Alright guys, I'm going to guess that this is Mr. Slowhand. I was right. I have hate mail too. Aster B. Thank you, Aster B, for the hate mail. Hate mail is always welcome, guys. I was right about Mr. Slow. I'm going to release the identities of all of our opponents next. But I wasn't sure 100%. Good call by me. I guess a6 now. We can't allow him into b5. Pretty obvious. I was going to guess Arsenal fan, but the other guy said he misclicked d5. So I guess not. Then, knight c6. Arsenal must be on the white side of Roy Lopez. What happened to Roy Lopez game? Nobody answers me. What if this is Arsenal fan? No. So someone in Sun can't be playing two different positions. He's either playing this one or the other one. You want to guess? I feel like the other one is more likely. I'm going to guess him anyway here. Yeah, okay, it's not. This is not. Although, someone on Sound did play very similar line against me before. This is a... I guess you say Song. I don't know. My Korean pronunciations are non-existent. Yeah, I mean, I guess b6. I'm going to guess Arsenal fan here. I was right. Nice. Nice one, Slaggy. You came up with the right answer. Congratulations. You guessed Arsenal fan. We'll go with Nefedov here. It is correct. Another one in the bucket. That's 3 in a row. I nailed you all. Nefedov, someone on Sound, Arsenal fan. I was wrong about, not someone on Sound, sorry. Nefedov, Arsenal fan, and Mr. Slow. I was wrong about someone on Sound. I was half wrong because I knew it was one of two games. So I know now I've narrowed it down. So now we have the uber dry bishop d3 developing a piece. Man. Yeah, I saw this, but I didn't understand. What is the point? You have a trick here with knight d6 check. Boy, that looks kind of artificial, doesn't it? Queen a4. I mean, I'm having some serious doubts about white's position here. I was going to just play bishop d7, but allowing knight d6 check takes, I can't castle. So if I play bishop e7, I'm not really sure what white does there, you know? Like, what's your move after bishop e7? Something crazy? Like, just for argument's sake, let's say bishop e7, knight e5. I could play bishop d7 there, let him have my bishop, and then take back with the queen on d7. I don't know what the hell white is doing. He can play bishop c4. Alright, we're going to try bishop e7. Robert Rowley. Was this the position? Something's different. Alright, guys. I can't guess anymore. This is Tomas. Something's different. I'm going to turn off the chat. Distracting. Bishop d3 doesn't seem right. That's weird. I don't remember how this happened. Thought it was the exact same position, but something isn't the same as my game from 92 or 93 or whatever it was. Maybe it was 92. I can't remember. Oh. D5 is a move. E5 is not a move. Bishop D3 is a move. Bishop D3, knight C6. That's stupid. Queen D3. Ah. That's what it was? Queen D3? Did we have this once before? Maybe. Queen D3. I had forgotten. This is Sebas Pro. Yeah, but very strange. Black is losing. Wow. I thought this was someone on sound, and it's Richard. But the wrong Richard. The other Richard. So where the hell is someone on sound? Mostly the right ones. I was going to guess this was someone on sound. So the Richards are starting to play like one another. They're like a collective. The Richard Collective. This is someone on sound. Yeah, I didn't think it was. I didn't think it was. Now I go h5. And we should have a strong attack. Miku Chess. It's a new player. Yeah, so e5 is a tough square. I don't want to be seeing that. Trading, I wish I hadn't played a4. So how strong is this player? 1500. We have 9 wins already. What did like 4 people drop out? Nice. 9-0. I need to be more practical. Ruslan Bear offered a draw. You're right. Sure, bro. That deep pawn goes again. That's 2 games. So this is basically like I'm playing a Blackmere Deemer. Last Blackmere. I guess I just take. Nice structure, huh? I could play Rook E8 though. I guess. When you get down to it, Rook E8 might just be a good move. Rook E8, Queen C4 check, King H8, castles, Knight C5. Okay. And this is Super Sebi, which we haven't seen in a long time. This is Mr. Slow. Alright, Elvest is still in the building. Again, very, very close to Buckley Elvest from last year. World Senior Teams. England 2 versus USA 1. I don't know what Jan did. He did he do like 95 at some point? 95, I guess. Castles. Knight takes d4. Bishop takes d4. 95 castles, knight takes d4. What am I going to do? You know, Queen c7 is one of those very slow moves. Well, Elvis was much worse according to the engine as well. But anyway, okay. Luckily, Elvis wasn't playing against Mr. Slow. It was a mere international master. I'm thinking about recycling. Wow, Bishop c4. Yeah, but the problem is I can take now. You're dropping 2 pieces. Just Gamer. It's a 2-for-1 sale. Good hand. Let's go for the perfect Simul. Perfect Simul. First ever. Perfect Simul. God Simul. Everyone just drops out and I win all 25 games by default. Okay, what do I do now? That's a good question. Queen b6? Yeah, that's a great move. Next, Bishop a7? Maybe not so bad. You gotta love that square. F4. What about F4, Knight G4, Knight D1? That's pretty disturbing. Maybe I should centralize my king. Tomas has been getting, I feel like, stronger. He's 2145 rapid. That's pretty solid. My time is ticking. I don't remember what happened, but this is not... We had a similar game, but not the same. I don't know. Rook d1, knight f6. Yeah, a5. If a5, c4, e5. Do I want to react to that? Probably not. Knight to d4? Or not? Nefedov, are you threatening something here? Like queen takes b2? Queen a6. He wants to play queen a6. He's big on not developing his knight on b8. There he is now. Waiting for someone to create a user on Lichess called Mr. Slow. Mr. Some Slow Sound. Mr. Sloan. He's waiting for me to walk into queen a6. I could play b3. That's probably the encouragement he needs to play knight a6. Castle, queen a6. If queen a6, I'll play b3. So maybe I should just play rook b1. Queen a6, b3. Take. Knight takes, knight takes. Takes, pawn takes. Keep it simple against Nefedov. Wow. Ooh, bro. Yeah. I have to play a4 now. I need a good reason to not play a4. Good reason to not play e5. This is shocky. We're of course expecting him to be the one who was playing that wing gambit thing, but like I said, he knows better than to play the same thing, you know, again and again. But oddly enough, maybe he's going to do bishop d7, bishop b7 rather, and it's not so bad. Well, all right. Now we hit the center with d5. White doesn't really have any threats. But, you know, I don't know. I don't have a better idea, really. Ruslan Bear's position is horrific. It's horrific. This could be the worst game ever. He offered a draw earlier. Okay, queen a4. And white is toast. Chess Gamer is dropping an exchange on top of everything. So this was the point. Wow. So I'm taking with an attack. So this is Hiatus Coyote playing queen d3. Queen d3 is a mistake. But there might be a trap. there are certain traps. Knight e5 takes, like knight b5 or something. Bishop e5 check takes, knight takes. I don't know, I'm not really seeing it. Knight e5 take. Where's the sacrifice? Knight b5 takes, bishop takes check. King e7 and you're lost. Queen a3 check is not even available. Bishop, nope. Alright, so Shaki will play, like I said, for bishop b7. So I don't know about my queen on a2. Ultimately, may not have been the best square, but whatever. White square bishop. Anyone? h5. Not here. I don't think I've ever had a game where I had any kind of threats against someone on Sound's king before. I was thinking about that in the past, how impossible it is to even get close to your king in a single game. I'm not that kind of player who's necessarily going for king side type of attacks all the time, but even so, it's very rare that your king is ever in any danger. Your repertoire is such that it's very hard to get that against you, you know? How strong is this player, though? 2,000, 2,200 in bullet. They only have 42 games. I really shouldn't have accepted them, but they asked nicely. They only have bullet games. At least he's using his time, though. Less than 100 games. Yeah, so f5. What's my plan? I'm planning on developing my pieces at some point. The knight on g3 is badly placed. h5, h4 is tempting. I'm afraid I'm going to weaken myself if I do that. It's probably better to avoid that. This is a little too routine by me. Okay, Mr. Slow guards. Mr. Slow guard. Low and slow. How about my rook on the h-file? Does he have no rights? Bishop g7. f4. You know the drill. Yeah. You don't want to be playing Mr. Slow in general. I'm not sure I like Elvis' chances against him. Dragos Mangos. In the last century. I thought I got the title in 99, but according to the FIDE website, it says 98. So I was like mistaken. The end of 1998, I was awarded IM title. I always thought it was 99, but when I checked the website recently, I had noticed it kind of surprised me. I was like, oh, that's weird. I thought I got the title in 99, but it was 98. Rook somewhere. Castle's queenside. He takes the open file. f4. Rook h2. Now what? Rook e8? Eh. Rook d8? Maybe rook d8. I'm having some kind of weird hallucinations. Yeah, alright. Rook a e8, rook f e8. Alright, queen c7. Setting up like some sort of traps. Wow, in between move from Nefedov. Just asking for it. Yeah. Sterile position. All right. I mean, White should have a really huge attack here. I mean, nearly winning. Check. He has knight f7. So I don't want to get overconfident. Overconfidence is my Achilles heel. G4. Now I have to move the queen again. Ruslan is not in his element here. Knight takes d4, bishop takes d4, knight c6, bishop f6. Pawn's hanging. That's fine. As expected. Knight g4, this is the plan. Sort of cheapo. Perfectly thought out. Whew, whoa. What is that? Who would have considered that move a likely possibility? What? Say what? All right. I've got to take it. Now this move I saw a5. Maybe I overestimated my position. But I have other good moves. Knight b3. Or should I play first? No, that's not a good move. Yeah. Okay. I feel like I've had the same game before against somebody. Is g5 an option? It is. For Ruslan. So the plan was to play f4 now. But I think I hallucinated. I should play queen h5, queen h6. There's also queen h2. We should be winning here. f4, knight g4 isn't good enough. Bishop e2, knight e2, not possible. Knight h3. Queen h2, certainly not a bad move. A little slow. f4, knight g4, f5. No. Kill him now. Kill him now. Queen h6. What is my threat there? Yeah. Bishop h3. That's a funny move. No. No. Bishop's not moving. Maybe we just sack a pawn with f4. Knight takes, knight f3. I don't really trust myself. You know, he's too good. He never misses anything. I don't know, I just have intuitively feel this is an interesting idea. Chucky is going to hang on here, which sucks. That does suck for me. A5, wow. Play on the queen side. Unbelievable. Okay. What a move. Huh. Just can do that. No problem. Alright. Get out of pin, please. Knight c6, bishop f6. Knight c6 is pretty horrible. Bishop f6. But... Arsenal fan threatening something like bishop e5. Need to recirculate. Where's my knight? Aha. Alright. Bishop back. Threatening bishop f4. And defending the g5 pawn. Well, that makes sense. I have to develop. Yeah, again, what would Elvas do? Bishop f4 is rook takes f2. Okay. So queen a5. I see. Knight b3, bishop d6. Wow. Holy moly. What is my plan here? Wow, the 1500 with confidence. 1500 with confidence. He's 1400. He has 100 games on Lead Chess, offering me a draw. Damn. That's a confident 1400. That's a bad sign, actually, for me. Very bad sign. Oh no, he didn't even do the move I expected. Something even scarier was played. Alright. Yikes. I don't like that. But you know what? Wow. Oh, you don't want to trade queens. I'm taking that as a personal insult. Right. I see what you did there. Safer to click. Attacking my h2 pawn. My king's on h1, so that's not check. Even if you take the pawn. Still. I can't really afford to give you that pawn. F8 was unbeatable, as usual. Oh, God. This is painful. What am I doing? I have absolutely nothing. Like, unfairly, again, he does this every time. He should have been worse, and he miraculously has total equality. Yeah, maybe I should play f4, but... slightly combative. Very solid. I thought this was someone unsound. Playing white here. I can't really do anything. He decided to play on the queen side. Wow, Nefidov, that's deep. Queen d2. Oh my god. The 1300. 1300 is gonna kill me. 1400, 1500, whatever. He's gonna kill me. Wow, dude. I knew that I was in trouble when 1500s offered draws. You know, that's really suspicious. I mean, he's playing like Nimzovich or someone of that level. Whatever. I know to take the draw when the 1400 offers me a draw. I'm not an idiot. Oh, yes, I am. Alright. Not to get upset, though. Whatever. Dynamism. Don't let the opponent control the game. F5. Take, check. Yeah, I see that. My queen is centralized nicely on d4 if I want. Sacrifices with f5 are so tempting. Check. King h8 takes. He's going to defend like God. Do you know he is? Well, I don't know if you would call it defending, technically. In my mind. Ooh, I got Richard to trade queens. When do I drop a piece? Blunder check. Damn, dude. Unbelievable. Can't go over there. A4? Can I develop something, maybe? Develop yourself. Wow, he's back to the king side. D5. Oh, I mean, where did that come from? Who expected that move? I'm going to have to break. I can't take this anymore. F5. Whoa. Holy moly. What a move. Bishop D3. Trick moves. Super speedy. Holy Batman. Bam! Look at that move. Family fork out of nowhere. Where did that even come from? But he has like 2,600 in bullet, right? Yeah. Him's a bitch playing black. Very unpleasant position for white. I feel like I'm playing an engine. Aha. My knight's on D7. Okay, that's a good thing. Okay, Tomas hesitating. Whatever. Now, with more stuff. Queen A5. I expected the mere Queen B6 there. This is an unexpected surprise. Wow, dude. Arsenal's in bullet mode already. Maybe I can withstand the knight on F5, but I'd really rather not. That's fine. Knight F4 is fine. That's fine. Mm-hmm. Wait a minute. Speaking of bullet mode. Oh, dude. Alright. You're banned. He's blocked. You gotta be fucking kidding me. He offered me a draw. He blocked. No more simuls for you. Dude, what just happened? Bishop f4? What? What? Why would he offer me a draw there? Are you trying to insult me on purpose? Seriously? After all the simuls and stuff he's played in. Why would you do that? After all of your problematic behavior before. That is so weird. I guess I'm sacrificing in exchange. Why does he want to insult me? I don't understand. Why is that necessary? Wait, F5? Talk about fearless. Oh my god. Queen A8 now. Richard Reti. I don't know what the draw button should be like removed from Simuls. I'm serious. Because it's just like really annoying for people to do that. I mean, jeez. Why are you offering me draws? At least offer a draw in like a reasonable position though. Not when you're like clearly worse. Holy 2300. Bishop G3, trapping my rook. Oh, of course. Saw that. Tactics. Should favor white here. Bishop H3. Good lord, man. How can I have nothing here? Knight H7. Knight H7. Yeah. E5 takes. Do I never have a tactic of any kind? That's unbelievable. You're telling me this guy's 1500. He's playing like an engine. Oh, you're the person who played e5 by accident. Okay. d5 by accident. You have a draw against GM in person and you're 1400? That's quite an achievement. Yeah, it's pretty much an outlier, I would say. The offering of a draw against me is weird in itself in the first place. That's a red flag. Definitely. I knew I was in trouble when you did that. Alright. Let's try this. How does this work now? Takes. Yeah, Thomas is like, he's a maniac, kind of. A maniac in tiger's clothing. As they say. I'm losing an exchange, obviously. But that's alright. Oh. Okay. Well, alright. He finds some amazing way to gain counterplay here. Of course. $12-0. I love the draw from Art to Vite. It was very generous, thank you. Maybe next time. Queen trade. Your A2 pawn is hanging. Oh my god. Dude, what's up with that? Oh, Arsenal pre-moving there. Brutal. Nailed me with that pre-move. No, it's not a pre-move. Maybe it was. I can't tell, actually. Bishop G4. Bishop G4. No. Rook G1. Which way do we go? Gotta see on the H file. I guess Rook G1. F5 was very interesting. I guess we go into the ending. This is an endgame, but wow, knight c4. Keep it solid, don't get forked. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. No. We're out of here. Thank you, but no thank you. But I would like to borrow... Can I borrow your C-pawn? Knight... Yeah, alright. Unbelievable. What a brilliant pawn sacrifice by Arsenal fan. Unbelievable. That's the best game of the Simul. So thematic. King over, I just get screwed. It's not so simple. Let's see. King f8, rook d1, king e7. Maybe there's a problem. King f8, rook d1, king e7, rook c6. Knight f6. Maybe that's the best try. Oh. No, I'm going to take your other bishop. Okay. Nefedov with a winning position. Obviously. Queen e3, of course. That's why you put the rook on d8. Oh, that's perfect. Should have taken the draw here. That's so creepy, dude. It just continues to be creepier with every fucking move. $1,400 in Blitz, based on 93 games. $1,498 in Rapid, based on 30 games. $1,519 based on 17 classical games. You're playing like a perfect game. Nothing suspicious about that, you know. It's unbelievable. I should just resign. What's the point? Mr. Slow gave me this pawn on purpose. That's very surprising. Like he wanted to give me a chance. Alright, we might have a chance. It looks like d5. Oh. Watch the fork. I wouldn't accept a draw with the computer either. I know a lot of people that are cheating using engines always offer draws for some reason. It makes it look like maybe they're legit or something. It makes it look more realistic. I knew Nefertiti would play h5. I predicted that move. Right. The engine goes to 0. Oh, they're like, okay, I'll offer a draw. Yeah, that's probably what it is, actually. It's like they have this... Oh, yeah, second sight. It's a draw. Speaking of draws... F3? I might as well open the A file. Wow. I actually got some chances here. I'm really lucky because I was probably totally busted. But I don't know if it's enough. But there's some chances. Yeah, knight c4. Where's my bishop when I need it? Like d2? Oh, shit. d2, rook d3. I'm gonna lose that pawn. Oh my god. I don't know what to do. Maybe knight e4. He has a check. Mr. Slow has a check. No checks, please. Knight d5 first. Oh my god. But wait, I have a square for my knight. I have a square for my knight. Ooh, that's a miracle. I'll make a square. How about that? You don't have a square, you make one. Isn't someone on sounds knight trapped? Knight g5. I have f3. Looks pretty good. I'll probably have a perfect Simul except for the one engine. His knight's trapped. But he has some kind of miracle. Oh, if I go the wrong way. But I can trap it with the king? Oh no. I can trap it with my king. Oh no, that doesn't work either. Wait. It's so messed up. He has this fork. Like king d2, d5. Oh, come on, bro. Oh my god. Rook g3, d5. Takes. Oh my god. Are you serious? Just kidding, right? You saw all this in advance? takes. Yeah. Amazing that he found that move. And after e5, my f4 pawn's hanging, etc. What a miracle. Does anyone want to bet this is a computer playing black? Alright. Oh man. Whew, white is lost. Rook takes, knight takes. E5. What is this? Draw. Yeah, maybe. I mean, you're gonna like win both pawns. F6, knight takes c4. Yeah, alright. Yeah, nice save. You had a really bad position earlier. But that was a crafty, typical pawn sacrifice by Arsenal fan, actually. Very thematic. I'm lucky I'm not worse. I don't think I'm better here. So, check. And we're winning. Yay! "14 wins, 1 draw. But don't worry, Nefedov will be here soon. Yeah. Where are you going? Now maybe I'll hold a draw here. That sure ain't no 1500. I can assure anyone of that. Ruslan Bear is banned for life after the last draw for... Wow. Where are you going? Rook b1. No. Takes check. That's fine. Oh, you blocked me. Maybe I'll get mate. E4 or G4. Okay, so what's that about? Oh, wow. I need counterplay, and I need it now. Yeah, I thought you'd try that. You stole the file from me. Yeah, but now... Yeah. Wow. That's over. Where is he going? Thanks, Arsenal. Yeah, we're lucky. I could have been worse if I'm not careful. Aha. Rook takes. Right. Whoa. What? What's the next cheapo on the Arsenal? I mean, the Song on Sound list. Oh, H4 check. I'll take it. How about my passed pawn? He's denying my rook. Oof. Bishop G4, take, take. This is a very good ending. Hmm. Maybe I won't see that attacking my knight. It's a rook, sorry, whatever it is. Check. Okay. What the hell is going on? I'm up a pawn? When did I win a pawn against Shaki? I've been up a pawn? Since when? I played G takes F5 and he played G5. Oh man. He's like playing to lose. Play for the loss. Pawn takes. Oh. Yeah. Check on D5? I don't think so. Cheapo alert on. Cheapo alert enabled. Okay. Now which way? Wait a minute. Wait a minute now. King f4 check. Okay. But still an interesting move. King d6. Takes. King f4 is kind of cool. Check, king e5. It is a very strong pass pawn for me. King d4. King d6. Oh no. Oh no. Poor someone on sound. Who's getting mated here? Me or you? Nobody. Rook h7, threatening mate in 1. I have rook c7. Pawn on the 6th. Ouch. No. Uh-oh. Knight g3. It's probably a draw. But what about bishop f6? Oh no, Ruslan Bear's poor knight. Where's it going? Someone on sound lost? Oh. He got a little... He does what I do. He gets overconfident. Definitely knight b8. Killing me. He's killing me now. It's a good thing he offered a draw earlier. I almost took it. This is a perfect position. He's cruising. Thanks for the draw offer. I was lucky against someone on sound. I don't know what was going on. It was very unclear. I mean, winning, I thought a draw. I was happy with a draw, to be honest. We had a bunch of people leave, but I'm surprisingly in good form today. Or I should say, I'm in surprisingly good form today. Excellent chances in this Brooking game because his pawn structure is bad and his king is bad, you know? So, Thomas Trainson raiding with the party. Thanks for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. The big Thomas Trainson audience. Vikings and nerds. Check. Shockey went a little too far. He's been known to go a little too far. That knight doesn't have a lot of squares. Squirrels. Oh no, he has king f2. Squirrels. King f4. Pawn takes pawn. Oh no. h4. King f5. Knight e4. And it's probably a draw. Well, pawn takes pawn is a forced draw. If I want, he'll just take the knight, I'll take the pawn, and it's a draw. But do I have another option? h4 has got to be nothing. h4, king f5, knight e4, king g6. I don't believe that I'm winning. I mean, I could try, but weirder things have happened. I have no losing chances, so we might as well try it. f6 check. Wow. I missed that. King e6, rook takes, check. I don't know if I played that right against Nefedov. e5. e5, g5, e6. No, now rook h1. Watch that last step. Does he have a way to hold this? Unbelievable. All of my pawns are on the right color. Notice. You were too tentative. Well, queen a8 was a little bit eccentric. You know, I think that whole ready thing is like overrated. I very rarely put my queen on a1 or a8 because it always seems to be like out of play. Your queen ended up really out of play. In the hedgehog, sometimes it happens, but even there, you're like usually not putting the queen on a8. Check here. Okay. Counterplay. I thought you had a fine opening. Everything was fine. and then I wasn't sure. Maybe I'm even worse at some point. Before you got, I felt just too eccentric. My rook is trapped. Or is it? Do you call that a is that rook trapped, or how would you describe it, really? King up, king up, king up. Well, it's not trapped, because it can't really be attacked except for, you know. Temporary. Just a temporary holding pattern. Got some interesting endgames, but all endgames are draws. Check. Check. Should Shaki be worried about this position? Well, I was just wondering, I mean, what's to stop me from, like, advancing my king and my pawn? And how does he defend, you know, and stop my d-pawn at the same time? A little bit of a strange situation. Oh. I'm just winning with bishop b5. That's unfortunate for white. No perfect simul. Maybe the guy wasn't a computer, but he wasn't any 1500, that's for sure. That one draw. Okay, Redusa, don't do that where you start giving away moves, okay? Don't say specific moves. Check. Pawn takes. Yeah, my pawns are really strong. But b5 is possible. It's not a good move, though, is it? f5, b5, rook c4. Thanks, Tomas. I think this is a win. The other two games I'm not sure about. Got my rook behind the passed pawn. Is that important? be painful to lose that exchange Slav against Nefyadov. With totally drawn position, I managed to like put my rook on c3 like an idiot. Whoa, Shaki's giving me that pawn? What is going on here? Now I'm really not sure. Maybe he sees a way to draw. But I'm worried about my Nefyadov game. Thanks all of you for your support and donations. Someone on sound. Thomas Trason with the raid. 24 players. Mr. Crazy. Mr. Sleepy today with 33. Who I was lucky against. He did a Graham Buckley and like mated himself with white in a very good carries attack. We'll take a brief look at the games when I'm ready. When I'm good and freaking ready. Wait, what? And how is Shaki gonna stop this? Oof, good and ready. Those pawns are pretty freaking advanced. I don't want to let him in there. And he's got me dominated, but not completely. Like knight h5 is possible. Knight f5 check, take g3, h7, etc. d6. Here, knight h5. d6 check. Knight h5. This has got to be winning for me. Those pawns are horrible. Wow, Nefyadov was going to go for this. Take, move the king, e3. d7, push. I queen first. Then he's winning, so I can't. Okay. Fair enough. No, gotta draw. Draw! I think I was probably lost somehow, but it's not so easy, of course, you know. I would imagine that he's better somewhere. Even in the final position, I'm not sure what's going on. I'm happy to take a draw. And now we have a problem. But wait a second. You can't take... I can play king f4, yeah. I can't make a progress. Make a progress, I said that. I can't make a progress easily here. make a progress. Can I have a progress, please? King F4 is not a progress. Knight F6 is not a progress. King F6 is interesting, but I'm not convinced. We have time, though. We have time. All right, let's take our time. Possible I pushed the pawn too fast, or pawns. Possible it was never winning, but I can't believe it. Wow. Wait a minute, what about King E6? What does that do? Absolutely nothing. King E6, it takes away his king being able to go to D7, so it's not nothing, right? Not exactly nothing. It's next to nothing. King E6, for example, G3. It allows me to play D7. Wow. Oh no. This could be strong. Check. No. Rook G1. I guess. So D7. You can never take. You can't move your king. Ouch. Oof. How does he defend the G pawn? It's a good question. All right. Valid question. The other G pawn. Nefedov ruined my expectations. Well, I mean, I didn't want that. I didn't know how I was going to get rook against 3 because my king was out of position. It's easy to assume that, but then you're like, well, how am I getting that? You know, I can't get my king back. If I go up and try to do that, I might be losing. I don't know. It looked pretty like I didn't have that option. I'm lucky if I had any draw there. I think I was lost. I would bet I was lost against Nefedov, for sure. Yeah. Shockey went too far. Accidents happen. I have a mate. Knight F7 mate. Easier to get my knight to E6. E6 mate. Knight E6 mate. King D6. Knight F4 and Knight E6 mate. The Knight E6ers. This hurts. He didn't have to give me a pawn, and he still was probably drawing, but it was a good theoretical position to take a look at, you know. I'm surprised I played as well as I did today. I was up until 8 o'clock in the morning playing poker all night, but I recovered nicely. I was hydrated. I didn't drink any hard alcohol, you know, on my best behavior last night. Stalemate would be an option, but it's hard to stalemate with the bishop. He needs to lose a pawn and a bishop to stalemate there. Yeah, this is a win. Yeah, win-win. It's a win-win situation. Like my best simul score, one of my best simul scores ever. No losses, but also a very high winning percentage. I'm going to win 22. That's got to be my best score of all time. Sometimes excitement is the best tonic. I I had really had a bad time in the stupid club poker tournament. It's just so stupid. It's like very weak amount of this is a weak tournament and it's not worth it. I didn't have fun at all, but then cash was fun. I'm slowly becoming like a cash poker player instead of a tournament player. I was always the opposite. I always only played tournaments and very little cash, and now I just play cash and I'm actually better, and I enjoy it more than playing tournament poker, which is very frustrating. To play one tournament at a time is so different than playing online where I could multi-table. It was just hopeless. Um, right. Knight G7. Knight F4. Let's be careful. We're gonna be careful. Knight G7. You don't want to let him get the pawn too close. This way I can stop his pawn. Just in case I hallucinated or something. I know, yeah, there's a lot of good local players in the poker tournament, in the poker club. Like, it's just like I calculated at one point that even if you played optimally, you would make more money working at McDonald's than playing in club poker tournaments. There's these people, they go there every night, and all they do is like grind these like club poker tournaments. But seriously, even with optimal results, I think the best you could do is like grinding out like a McDonald's wage or something like that. It doesn't make sense. So, not going to be doing that anytime soon. Oh, you met my Simul score? Yeah. This was, no, some good players. I'm kind of lucky, I mean, honestly. There's luck in chess, right? Someone in sound had a really interesting position, but I got an attack against his king. Then he survived, and he was okay, and I got lucky there. Mr. Slow had a very good position. Again, I was kind of lucky. Um, you, well, you were worse, and then you had a chance, so you were kind of lucky, but you make your luck. I mean, I never ever get an attack against someone in Sound's king. Today was like one of the first and only times I got anywhere near his king. Usually in the Accelerated Dragon, he's impenetrable. You cannot attack his king. But somehow this line that I played, which I never really play, I caught him. I caught him a little bit unprepared. So we found a tiny hole in his repertoire, which is almost impossible, to find. I mean, so someone in sound is going back to the drawing board. Though I really don't know. I don't see why he has to play that line. Honestly, not. Well, I don't really understand why you need to play G6 on move 2. You should be okay with Knight C6. Knight C3, Knight C6. There's no obligation for you to play G6 on move 2, is there? Because I don't really understand why you even need to risk that. That line is kind of fancy. Yeah, I also dislike the bishop b5 lines, but I also find it hard to believe that it's a serious problem. I always felt like in my case it was simply a lack of like determination to really study it, but you like studying openings a lot. I think if you work hard enough, you should be able to solve that pretty easily. Just saying, there's no way that like e4, c5, knight c3, knight c6, bishop b5 is like automatically better for white or something. Maybe it's like equal. Maybe white has some kind of infinitesimal advantage. I don't know, but you certainly don't have to go with g6, d4 takes, queen takes, knight f6. It's a riskier way to play. But I guess I'm just saying you could probably play something better because it seemed like I got an edge there. But you must have made it an accuracy at some point. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's take a look. Good hand. Shakis timing out. Oh, they're trying to outlast each other. It's a who can last longer. Looking forward to looking. Looking and cooking. Speaking of cooking, I'm starving. What's for dinner? Oh, I should order something. It's too late. I forgot. At least I didn't even. Oh, I drank so many. I drank like 8 beers last night. Wow, nice draw for. You misclicked. Very funny. I had a roommate who used to do that. It was kind of a dick move, you know. He would always click draw right before like resigning, just in case they would take it. If I see like a flashing red button, I usually click on it. Like, thank God, like Trump doesn't have that disorder. When you get a call on Skype and you always automatically click the flashing red button, he would offer a draw every lost position, like 5 seconds before resigning. I'm like, you're a dick, dude. Why do you do that? That's just totally classless. Gutan is like Ruslan Bear. You know, he's getting banned for life. Ruslan has very bad behavior, very bad Simul manners. Horrible. Offering draws in lost positions just gets you blocked for life. It's a total sign of disrespect. I don't understand. You think it's funny to do that? It's just totally rude. Now, Shaki should resign, but it's funny. He wants to see who lasts longer, so it's fine. You know, whatever. Gutan is done. He's lower on time. Shaki can be the last one standing, theoretically. Gutan will play it out, but there's no way this is too easy for me, you know. He has 50 seconds per move. They both have a right to play it out, but don't offer me a draw. You know what I mean? Like, don't do that because it's totally rude. And not just because I'm a master. You know, it's rude to do that to anybody. To offer a draw to any opponent when you're like losing. I mean, where did you learn to do something like that? Why would you do that when I'm helping you get better by playing you, giving you a chance to play a strong player? Why are you insulting me? I think my pawn's going through. I know how to do the rook versus king checkmate, by the way. And you're not going to get to a stalemate very likely here. You know? When people resign with mate in one, right, they do that. I know. That's another dick move. They always do that. They don't want to give you the satisfaction of checkmating them. Typical human behavior. I would only do that if someone was a completely unsportsmanlike opponent. All the games over almost. They are over. Yeah, done. He made me play 27. Well, that's good to get to practice, though. That's actually what Vladimir Gergiev did against me, Arsenal fan, in the U.S. Masters back in like 2003. No, 2002. He was pissed because like he was up the exchange and he lost. And I was about to checkmate him with bishop and knight, and he resigned like one move away from mate, you know. This is a grandmaster, but okay, you know. This is like almost sociopathic, I would say, what White's doing here. Wouldn't you say this is sociopathic, sort of sportsmanship? Pretty much. If I'm playing like Hearthstone, I normally like, resign or concede the game. But if people send me like sarcastic emotes or whatever to like troll me, then I will like you know leave the game or something. White resigned. All right, last game, Shaki. Ah, the pleasure of smothered mate. The pleasures of smothered mate. Good lad. 21 wins, 3 draws. Do I hear 22? Asteroid, didn't you say something about 22 and 3 in the beginning of the Simul? Give me a loss. You mean you feel bad you didn't lose? To make my score even better? I seem to get an undefeated Simul every 6 months or so. It happens like twice a year. Maybe once a year, twice a year. Shaki's going to time out. Nice. Man, that was the longest second of my life. Nice, nice. Wow. All right. 22 wins, 3 draws. Yeah. You got 23 players. 22 wins, 3 draws. Undefeated, yeah. I mean, I'm sure a whole bunch of people didn't. Knocker just... I took him because of his cool name, and he just didn't play. He even said, talking in the chat, Knocker, Shariar, Coach 100 played King E7 and resigned. That was a mouse slip, okay. Asterbait dropped a pawn. What's up with Miku Chess? Miku Chess made one mistake. 1400. By the way, they said they wanted to play e5, and I said that maybe d5 was a better move. I'm wrong, it looks like. They're both theoretical novelties. And e5 the engine likes better than d5. I thought maybe this was Arsenal fan at the time, and because it was a Nighterf. And honestly, I didn't want like a really tough struggle in a closed position, so I took, even though in the back of my mind, I like e5 better. That was a nearly perfect game. I don't know, say, you're like 1500, but you're not playing like that. So Shaki, well, let's start with this. Not much to see here. Shaki, I was way better. He escaped. He was really like lost in the opening. Not lost, but he was worse in the opening. Then I must have missed the win. I blundered when I played h4. What? Oh, so I could have just played knight e4 check and then played h4. Of course. And so I stay a pawn up, and I'm probably winning. Yeah. So Shaki was like... He was probably drawing after this, and Redusa was right. But it's not that easy, right? How exactly is this an easy draw? We're not even in a table base? Yeah, because it's 8 pieces. There is an 8-piece table base, right? So he blundered here with king f7. Well, that's obvious. He just hung his h-pawn. I don't know, he thought he could give it up. Maybe he didn't hang it. But apparently he can't give it to me. So it's not so easy. You know, I didn't think it would be. So here he has to play, you know, any other move that doesn't... Well, I'm winning after d5. According to the engine, I'm just winning. But king f7 isn't double question mark. Why is it double question mark if I'm winning anyway? So where did he lose? Wow. So this is actually quite interesting, you know. There's no table base. I don't think the engine can see deep enough. Phew, bro. This is depth 19. Looks like it's a draw. Bishop a4, bishop b5, bishop d7. But bishop e8 isn't as good. Let's check that out. This is the losing move, according to the table, according to the engine. Bishop e8 loses, but bishop d7, bishop b5, and bishop a4 are draws. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's not an easy endgame. I have no idea. So Tomas was never equal. Wow. So, you know, if you want to play b6, Tomas, you're supposed to play b6 directly. Not with the exchange of pawns on d4. But okay, maybe it's not so bad. This goes back to 1988. You know, Halifman was one of the first to play this line with white. It was in the heat of its beginning of popularity. So, okay. Rowley played bishop a6 against me. Wow, there's a Walter Brown, William Martz game from 1982. Oh my god. That I did not know of. That's crazy. Brown has a game from 1982. This line was like unheard of at that time. I thought it wasn't invented till like 1987 or 86. Knight d7, rook d1, and we're out of book. So my rook d1, yeah, I didn't know what to do. The engine actually likes e5, which is typical. This knight is boxed out, you know, but it's a hard move to play because it's inflexible. So strangely, rook d1 is a new move. His play seems reasonable. I was actually kind of concerned. I thought he would play knight g4, actually. But it's not as good as I thought. I thought he might be okay here. So trading pieces doesn't solve his problems. That's interesting. I haven't played this line much lately. And he could have gotten e6 in, but queen a8 is bad. And after that, he's like clearly worse. Alright. That was a pretty good game for me. Art, thanks for following. Well, no. What was our latest notification? Oh, Oguzan Yarichi. Yarichi has followed. So, what else? Nefidov. Ooh, Nefidov. I was lost. Looks like I might have been lost in the final position. Nefidov was my closest to losing. I should have taken with the pawn. It's a total draw. But I'm in a little bit unpleasant position. After pawn takes rook a3, I'm getting kind of tortured, I thought. But apparently not. I thought, how bad can it be? Oh, it has to be a draw. So here now, I gotta be careful. Rook c3 does not bode well for white. That was a ridiculous move. Apparently white can draw, but in order to do so, I have to play very actively. Alright. And I did reach a drawn position at one point. This might be drawn. And later I blundered. Wow. What? F4, yeah. Somebody was saying F4? This move never occurred to me. I don't know. I mean, maybe, but I wouldn't think of that. I wanted to create a passed pawn. What do you mean, no analysis? What is Nefedov doing? What do you think we're doing here, man? Well, I'm analyzing your game now. But, I had a feeling I was losing. Yeah, I don't understand that for. Well, it's like I'm down a pawn. I mean, whatever. The idea is that I can draw this, apparently. The outside H-pawn isn't enough to win. I don't know this endgame, you know, from memory or something. But I guess if you think about it logically, his king is so stuffed on G7 that he can't get out. That's all there is to it. No, I didn't see it at all. I thought my only hope was to create a passed pawn. The problem is your king being shut down so much so. And if you play H4, you don't have a protected passed pawn anymore, so apparently you just can't win here. But I didn't think of it. Yeah. No, I thought maybe the passer would be enough. My king, everything's like congested here. I didn't know where to go with my king. I was hoping you would be scared and time pressure, but you had too much time. You have 15 minutes here. So we had played too many moves. It doesn't matter where I go. My king is not optimal. It gets in the way of the pawn. It's too far away. It's lost. G5. Whoa. Oh my god. G5. King E7. Pawn takes pawn. G5. Where do I go? King D6. D7. Where do I put my king here? Help. King there? Okay. Take. Take. Rook G1. Rook D3. Check. Where do I put my king? So those 3 pawns, this is where we do so. But see, my king is on the wrong side. I need my king on the other side. I can't do it. You know, I can't save this game. Nefedov should have been winning. But okay, it's not trivial if you have limited amount of time. But let's see. So Rook C4 is a huge mistake. You wanted to cut off my king, it's a logical move, but you got to get your pawns moving. So first you should play King F7, shouldering my king away, which makes sense. So apparently after this, I might be drawing. No, still not drawing. King E7 was better than King E6. Yeah, I don't know why I played King E6. It's a stupid move. You're still winning if you just go. So, I mean, basically you were winning when you gave me a draw. Rook D3, and you just have to go. So, G5. I'm too slow. King C8 or King C6, King C7, King C7. Check. King B7, threatening, and you have the king in. Yeah, I mean, it looks like maybe, hey, maybe I'll have some kind of move like this, right? Here, takes. This is funny. Rook g4, rook f6, rook b4, check, king a6, rook d4, oops. Yeah, I'm lost, Nefedov. Good game, but not fast enough with the technique there. You were very generous. This is a draw at one point. So what did I do? Rook d3, it's not a draw? It's not a draw. So the computer gives an evaluation of 0, what, based on repetition? But that's a threefold. Alright, that's the only reason it says 0, because it's a threefold. Chess Riddle, welcome. Alright, so Nefedov, Mr. Slow. Mr. Slow doing the Graham Buckley. Yep. You know, I looked at h5 and I remember vaguely that that's a line. But I didn't understand how it works, actually. I forget after g5, knight g4. I never played this line, so I don't remember the theory. I don't know, I should have learned it. So g6 is bad. Well, it's all bad, but it's the worst. d5 I can play. So this is actually pretty good. Wow. Huh. So h6, h4, main line, knight c6, rook g1. Well, this is surprising. The d5 has a pretty good score. But isn't there some old Karpov game in this? Like Ulf Anderson Karpov, or... Well, I gave you the extra pawn. I took the wrong way. I didn't give you an extra pawn. I lost the pawn. I didn't want to give you a pawn. I just wasn't thinking for a few moves. Playing those other 24 games, you know. So this has happened to other people. Even Judith Polgar against Morovich in 94. He's a good player. I was sorry that he didn't play last year in the World Senior. I hope he plays this year. He's a nice guy and a good sport and a good player. The Chilean Grandmaster Morovich Fernandez. Knight d7, bishop e3, a6. Man, look at White's score. Nun Damljanovic, 2016. Oh my god. That must have been like European Senior. What is that? Nun Damljanovic, 2016. Queen d2. Gashimov back in 2002. And e5. So my move is a terrible novelty. When there is no good move for black. Yeah, I knew this was a bad idea. So Mr. Slow wins the exchange with his crafty maneuver, and then he blundered, but we don't know why. Mr. Slow just voluntarily took with his knight on e2. Crazy. Mr. Slow made a mouse slip, I think. The only explanation is a mouse slip. Well, I guess at the end of the day he got panicked about queen takes g5 check. But it's just a pawn. And he's still just way better. He's up the exchange for a pawn. So he panicked and gave me the other pawn, but this is suicide. This is very dangerous now. He got Graham Buckley. And apparently d5 doesn't work. Oh my god. Wow. You have rook h1 and it's still winning for white. e5, e takes, bishop b4, rook h8 check. Oh my god. King e7, and now d takes c6, sacrificing your queen with check. Queen a1, king d2. Look at this. Bishop takes c3, check. Knight takes, And white is winning, apparently, even down a queen. Because I'm just got no pieces. Yeah, this is why you don't play the carries attack, boys and girls. But it was not even winning for me. Wow. Even here, he's still alive till B3. Not a good game, Mr. Slow today. Alright. And then we got Arsenal fan, the bad Nimzo, a Banzo. Not a good opening. Not a good line. You were better. Yeah, you were seriously better after King F8. Wow. I didn't think it was that bad. So this is not a good line. You should not get into this. You've given up your darks for bishop. You don't have any compensation for the doubled pawns. You know, you have a bad bishop, but the c5 saves your ass. In the proper moment. We're following a game from 2005. Dude even played the same move as you. Rook fe1, e5, Gennady Tunic, and now rook ad1. Arsenal fan novelty. Yeah, this is creative now. Rook fe8, best move, and then boom, c5. The classic Nimzo positional pawn sacrifice. Good on you, Arsenal fan. No, you have to, or you're just fucked, Yeah, this is the only chance. It's the only chance. Yeah, I mean, it's a standard idea, but most people, they coward. They become cowards and, think, oh, I don't need to do that, You can't, yeah, I mean, your only other option is literally to do nothing. You can't go d5. You can sit there and do nothing, or you can sack this pawn. And, maybe I should consider taking with the b pawn, but I thought, I have, no problems. I'm clearly better. But apparently it's not that easy to get coordinated, because of bishop b5. I wanted to play a6, to block you from bishop b5. I mean, you have the standard plan, like you did, knight d2. You have things. It's not that bad. So bishop c8. I wanted to get my knight to e8 to blockade, on d6. So that's why I played queen e7. a4. And then here I maybe shouldn't do a5. I could have just continued my plan, But it's, again, you get in a5 and you have some counterplay. So I did this dogmatic a5. I expected you to go bishop b5 or something, but that just helps me, Yeah, I guess my timing here is bad. I should have played knight f6 first, but I was afraid of, d6. I don't know if you would have gone for this. Black can consider sacking the exchange. Or I can take this way, but I didn't know what to make of this. One pawn up. Yeah. So I thought, okay, we'll keep it simple. And you're better after this. Not even imagine that you could be better. And only now, did it occur to me that I have to be careful. A little too late, Apparently, wow, c4, I have to find this immediately. Okay, so you could have played knight c4. I don't know if that's what you pointed out, keeping the tension there. Still, d6 is good. I gotta trade queens. And I was proud of king f8, but it's apparently not enough. I was originally going to play knight f8, and then I thought, well, I'm worse. Because your knight on d5 is so strong, you're just better. So that's why I didn't want that. I thought I found something cute. Yeah, and you went knight d5 right away, so this is a mistake. But I thought that the most obvious was doubling, and I go king e7. And this is the point. Knight c4, I have knight f6. Looks like I'm hanging on here. Yeah. But this is a surprisingly big move, c4. And now it really is a draw. You offer to draw here, and you're absolutely valid. Yeah, nobody's winning this now. It's all the pawns are going to go. So, good game. Pretty good game. We made some small mistakes. Thanks, Arsenal fan. So that's one of the draws. Richard Brenton, the opening. Yeah, knight f6 is best. I thought this might have been Mr. Someone on sound at first. So pawn takes is normal. Pawn takes is normal here. This is like one of the first times I've played this. But, yeah, I don't know. I for some reason I have this very strong desire to play knight to c6 in this position. I don't know why. Wow, this works. Holy fuck. For those of you who like to play the England Gambit, you might like this rage. So, this is almost a Mamadjarov, like... a Mamadjarov, like, what's it called? Ponzian? No, oh, that weird line in the Petrov where you do, like, symmetrical, knight f6, knight takes e5, knight takes e4. So you let him take on d5, and now play queen e7, avoiding the exchange of queens. Interesting. So this is something to look into for black. Might be a way to try to get something out of the position. Here, and then e5 is not as bad as it's worse than I thought. Wow. Here, bishop e3, bishop c5. I'm better? Really? I didn't find knight c6. So this is inaccurate. Castle's the best. Knight f3, f6 is dubious. I was scared this was someone on sound with white, really. Now I just played the simple variation. Oh shit. I was winning with rook g5. Who would have thunk it, right? How crazy is that? No piece is developed, and I'm just checkmating him. What? I don't believe this. I'm just winning. f3, bishop h3, rook f2, queen d1. f3, bishop h3, g3, bishop h3, f3. Duh. Wow. So, okay, Richard should have traded queens. I control the d file. I'm slightly better. I missed the win, and I trade the queens, and I'm slightly better, but it's a draw, objectively. Yeah, here you could have traded. Not an easy endgame, but you should be able to fight for a draw. Not easy. Carlson beat you every time. So, did you have serious chances? Yes. He still had serious chances to draw, even after allowing h4 check, which I don't like white putting his pawns on these light squares. This is not good, you know. Richard should not let that happen, but apparently knight f5 check holds. Look at this. Bishop f5, pawn takes f5. Wow. We're going to have to do something dramatic here. After rook e1, I'm threatening rook e5. You have f4. You don't have f4. You have this, and then you have this. It's a draw. So he was holding even here. And I missed bishop. I looked at bishop d5 check, but I didn't see what it does. But it does something. I can walk up. So this was not perfect. Yeah, he's in trouble. And now he's lost. All right, let's take a quick look at the rest of the games. I want to get to the Mr. Slow, Summon and Sound game. Gutan, Super Sebi, Ardavite. That guy, the Smith-Morrow guy, just played knight a4 and then resigned, allowing b5, I guess. Coach 100, mouse slip, acerbate, dropped a pawn. Miku chess. Yeah, like we said, whatever. I don't know. Not a 1500. And then someone on sound. Oof. Better game for me than I thought. I thought maybe I had completely fucked it up, but I wasn't like worse. Wow, I was winning earlier. So, wow, d6 is a good score for black. With d6, you're threatening something. I don't know what it is. d6. Carlson Duda. f3. And now h5. So that was played by Zvygintsev. Not a very someone on sound like way to play. That's an alternative. So bishop g7, f3, queen a5, a theoretical novelty. Or not. You have Vaishali. Queen a5 is interesting. Castle. I had the feeling a6 was clearly wrong here. And in fact, I thought it wasn't someone on sound. I thought it was like acerbate, because when he doesn't know what to do, he always does a6. This is a typical acerbate move. And then I thought, oh, he's trying to be tricky. He wants to allow knight a4, trick me into doing this. So I go in here and then I just like trade off my knight for nothing. I don't think this is very good for me, you know. Yeah, you're like clearly better there. It's like a trap. Yeah, my attack's too fast. So you have to play d6. And then it's a game. King b1, knight e2, bishop h6. Funny, no one's played bishop h6. It's a reasonable move here. I guess people had this dogmatic, like, it's not, you know, it's not a normal thing to do bishop h6 in the dragon so early, but this is not a dragon. It's not the same. That's why I played bishop h6 against you. It's like a dragon, but it's not really. It's not the same. So, I was happy with my move bishop h6. Yeah, you're in trouble. h5 is best. Yeah, I couldn't justify g4. But I couldn't figure out how h5 works either. So how does this work? I can do this. Oh no. Oh no. People have done rook takes h5. That's like a bullet game. It's retarded. So I can allow knight g3. This is what I looked at during the game. Are you serious? I didn't see how this works. What am I? I can't count or something? Your knight is trapped? Your knight is trapped. Yeah, I mentioned this line during the game. No, white's really good there. Queen g5. Knight f2, rook d2. Bye-bye. You're going back to h1. No, I didn't look that far. You know, yeah, so bishop h6 is really strong. This pawn sack is really strong. I should have just done it right away. So I did this. This is still good. And still I have it. And then bishop e6, which seemed like a reasonable move to me. Hg6, fg6. And now I played like on intuition here. But I don't know what my best move is. I wanted to play f4. I want to play f4, f5 type stuff. You know white has a tremendous position here, but you have to find the exact move. So this is like not the best. Yeah, and I was happy with this move. I found the best move here. This is my best move of the Simul, probably f4. Chess riddle, no, did not see it. f5 works, but I don't know how. Take, bishop takes, check. Obviously, I looked at this. Check. Yeah. So, I mean, my analysis stopped around here prematurely, and I'm 2 pawns down. So, I'm not sure. This is inaccurate. He's back. Here's Johnny. And I thought, okay, someone sounds he's gonna beat me again. And I thought it was a crafty move he played with rook d8, but it's apparently like a very bad move. You of all people have to trade queens. Well, it's a self-preservation instinct. Here you wanted to be able to recapture with a rook. And this is a really strong move. But you have that miracle, man. The miracle, d5. Miracle from hell. It looks like I'm trapping a piece, and I'm not winning a piece. e5, d4, e takes f6. Well, I didn't appreciate that, you know, you have to play d4 on e5 and sack a piece. But let's take a look. If e5, knight e8, for example, rook takes, yeah, I've got a very strong attack because on d4 I have this. So e5, d4, e takes f6 check, rook takes, attacking my bishop. Now wait, that's 2 pieces hanging, but not really. Knight e4. Oh, it's complicated. It's very complicated. It's still not over. So this is a mistake. You're out of the woods. On the way to grandmother's house. I thought I was like maybe worse. You break up my pawns. I'm happy with the draw at this point. And you're greedy. You got greedy. But I found rook c3. Oh, I missed f6 check. Mama. As Uber driver would say. Second best move, not good enough. Takes, check. King g8. And I was happy with the draw. Well, what's going to happen is you're going to go here. Yeah, I could play like king b1. You take. You're threatening perpetual. Yeah, I just take, right? It's a draw. So yeah, you had the feeling like you can't lose, but I have this move. Suddenly I'm threatening check in e7 and it's over. My notifications are behind the camera. Sorry, we're just analyzing some games. Asterbeat, thanks for donating 2211. Yeah, I just played a 4-hour Simul that was undefeated against 25 players. So we're analyzing those games now. I wasn't really following what was happening, you know. Just 25 player Simul. Alright, nothing major, you know. So what else? Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little bit not focusing on that stuff right now. So thanks, Asterbait. Asterbait with $22 donation. We got Miku Chess, someone on sound, Chess Gamer. Chess Gamer tried the crazy line. So check this out. Yeah. I'm distracted now. I got Asterbait notifications. I see that. Don't know what we're talking about. But, alright. B4 here, 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 here. Main line. Yeah, so, okay. Takes. Yeah, here. So Rook B1 is relatively newer. Good old Christopher Yu. Hopefully he's been like banned from chess. Grobler. I love that name. Rook B1, E6, Bishop D2, and now Knight F6. So no one, oh, wait, here, no one has dared to play Queen takes C3 check, but is it clear? This is what I'm talking about. Are we here to play chess, or are we here to play chess? Talk about notifications. There are 3 moves in this position for black. How do I pick which one to play? No one player had the courage to play Queen takes C3 check here, but I was unsure what would happen. After takes, Bishop D2, Queen A3, D5, E6. My problem is Bishop B4. What did I look at? Knight F6, right? Knight F6 takes, Bishop B4, Queen A2, and I said just Bishop E2. But apparently this A6 Bishop move I didn't see. That's a killer. So he can't go there. And that's a mistake. So this is totally playable for black, but I didn't know. You know, okay. It's not safe. I mean, E6 is best. Bishop D2. I had this position before. I love sushi. And Shaki played against me once before last year. I don't know. I hate material. You know that. But I mean, I sat there on this position, dude, not knowing which of these three moves is good for black. I'm like, fuck, I don't know. It's the Portsmouth Gambit. I might as well just roll a three-sided die and just play the move that comes up on the die. You know, I don't know which move is best. But Queen A3 is scariest. Queen C3 is scariest. So I played E6, so the D5 doesn't come in. So I played this in all three games. I didn't remember, you know. Here, Knight F6. And now white has to do this Scandinavian style thing. I would have played Queen D8. Oh, I played this. Shocky and I had this game in 2022. Oh my god. So this is our third game in this variation. Yeah, of course. Schrantz. Queen D8. There's one game from 2021. I have no problem with black's position. This guy, whoever that is, girl, Victoria, she or her played I played GF, and the Polish lady played Queen Takes, which is more natural. But I don't mind playing with double F pawns. I'm a big double F pawn guy. You know, to be honest. So those are interesting. This is a bad move, Knight B5. And then he just goes right into what looks like a C3 Sicilian, but he's lost after A6. Oh, yeah, you can't go there. So, okay. That was a wipeout. From a relatively strong player over 2000. Yeah, he was unlucky. As I said, like, I faced this variation before against Shocky a bunch of times. I thought it was Shocky, and it wasn't. So Chess Gamer, bad choice of opening. From a practical point of view. Oh, there's a funny game. There's the Spanish player just left, Luke Wright. Lightning just resigned after Castles. That's pretty funny. Lightning played an almost perfect game. But, you know, he goes Knight B4, threatening to fork me with Knight C2, and I'm like, oh no, I castled, and then he resigned. You guys know this trick, right? Like, if Knight C2, there's two ways for white to play here, right? Maybe even more than two. I mean, I'm thinking like G4 might work. Is G4 a problem because of like Bishop G6? Because if he takes, he's screwed, right? Knight takes, E4. Maybe it's not so clear, huh? What if he doesn't go for the rook? He is going to drop a piece, though, isn't he? This is a pretty funny position. Okay. But look, I think G4 and Bishop G6 may not be clear. Yeah, he can play that. But it's funny, he played this and resigned after I castled. My rook's hanging. My rook's hanging and he resigned. It's like, oh, this is interesting. I'm winning a rook. Okay, Knight C2, Knight H4. It's crushing. I know this theme. I know this theme from other opening. It's instructive to know this, though. Done. Bye-bye. Finito la commedia. Yeah, enjoy your rook. So anyway, that guy left. And that's it. Ruslan Bear, you know, he achieved a good position. We had a bunch of people who left without a fight. Karasova sacked a piece here. Actually, I thought her opening was interesting. So castles here. Looks like... Wow, A6 is just not a move I like. Nobody plays that. It's gross. So the question is, what should black play now? Bishop b7 is reasonable. But this... a3. Bishop goes back to c4. She plays d3. Okay. And then h6. I wanted to play h6. Then I had the weird idea to play bishop d7. And this was played. But it's not such a good move, apparently. I should play the slow h6. Knight e1. g6. Or something like that. Alright, guys. Anyway, thanks for tuning in. I'm kind of exhausted, so I appreciate the donations, and we'll be back. Yeah, we'll be back whenever. Wednesday or Tuesday. I'll let you know tomorrow about the tournament time. Thank you, guys, and I'll see you all. Final score: 22 wins, 3 draws. Undefeated Simul. Thanks, guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. See you later.